Check, check.
Okay. Do you want me to just hang on to this?
Yeah, hang on to that. We'll pop you up there. We're going to give you a little
Wired up, he's got the mic right here.
Yep.
Okay.
thing there. We'll put it in this pocket here. Is usually the best on the inside.
Let me.
Or you can move it to the other
Let me
side,
flip
too.
my phone to the other
Yeah.
side. I don't think I'll need
It doesn't matter
refer
which-
to it.
That side, so it's usually there you go. Should be good.
Well stocked.
That's a lot of rock stars to just down in a row.
I'm just.
Thank you all for being here at Reassembly. Can I just show of hands who is it first time at Reassembly? Amazing. First time in Wyoming? Amazing. Well, welcome. Thank you all for making the trip, making the way out here and joining us at the Colony Building in Wyoming. We are Tacen. We you all know Jay. He is a fantastic member of the urban community. Graciously has put together this conference where we are gathering all of the fantastic community members of Urbit to learn and hear about what they're building. To kick us off today, we have Monsieur what is it?
Lagrav Knockfep. The joke being that I've been pronouncing it in French lately. Lagrav Knockfep.
Sorry, the French escaped me.
All right, am I up right now then? Okay. All right.
Remember for everyone to turn off your devices and put them on silent, please. Thank you.
Oh, that probably goes for me too. It's always fun when you're generating your own distraction. It can be your own peanut gallery here. Okay. All right. My slides up somewhere. Okay. We just watch Hell's Kitchen instead. Is this like a metaphor for Urbit, Hell's Kitchen? All right, am I mic'd up and ready to roll here? All right, thank you. All right, a future for stars. Since the 2016 public sale, stars have served as the primary investment vehicle for people coming into Urbit. Monetarily, in terms of total address space held, they're not the majority stakeholder because of the galaxies right now. Not to set up like a star galaxy competition here, but there are about 2,500 star holding addresses today, and about 110 individual galaxy holders across everything. So Stars represent a huge investment. It's a human, I would say human scale. It's in a sense maybe a middle class investment in Urbit, right? It's the ability to buy into the network, right? But it's attainable by someone without venture capital or some other source to get involved. So stars have served as a really good signal that you have a dog in the fight of whether or not Urbit wins in a way that planets, moons, comets cannot do. Star bounties and sales have been very important in terms of fueling network growth and network development. They've been the primary vehicle that Urbit Foundation has been using to invest in and encourage development on Urbit. They partook of the Web3 NFT craze, but were not wholly part of it. In a sense, there were benefits that accrued from this, but pattern matching too hard as an NFT, I think, has also hurt the star market in the medium term. Unfortunately, and this is what I intend to address today in my talk, stars have rather become the middle children of Mars. They occupy kind of an uncomfortable place where their original value proposition that was made for stars, which was to sell planets, has possibly collapsed in the short to medium term due to hosting competition. And other value propositions, like the UKBAR transaction validator proposition that was put forward, have not materialized in a form that is directly useful to us. So we're in an interesting place where the value propositions of stars all seem to be latent. They aren't visible to us right now, and to some extent we have to figure out what these are and how we get to these. Now, as a fair warning, the first half of my talk is kind of scary. It's probably not going to feel good, but I think that we can solve these problems, and like everything else in Urbit, you only solve it if you actually start working on it, you start thinking about it, you start building for that future that you're trying to bring into being. So it's hard to overstate the disaster that star valuation going to zero would be for Urbit, seeing as how it is the majoritarian investment vehicle that people have used to signal that they are invested in Urbit as a platform. So we're gonna engage this directly and see what we can figure out in terms of what we're trying to build. Stars are they've been intended to play three roles in the Urbit ecosystem. They have been address space holders, so they've been planet distributors. Sorry, that's the scary slide I didn't want to get to quite yet. They will be packet routers, and then there's a provision for them to serve as some sort of stellar congress. The model of stars as address space allocators has served as probably the primary motivator for investment in stars in Urbit to date. There's a simple calculation that can be done where you say if planets have X value, then stars have 65,536 times X value. Well, I'm counting the star itself in that value, but yes. You're checking my math, good. Since Urbit doesn't really have the equivalent of stock, this is how you invest in the network. You buy address space. I always explain this to my folks. Like, it's sort of like if I owned every .com address that started with DA. What would that be worth to you? And they're like, I can't think of any addresses that I go to that start with DA regularly. But, so how much the block of address space you own should be worth is an open question. It's something we're going to address subsequently. Stars have also been planned to be the peer discovery and primary network routing mechanism on Urbit. Right now, that role is played by galaxies. And then once you have peer discovery, you can do point-to-point communication directly. You don't have to worry as much about it. And to my knowledge, there is not really any significant pressure on the network at its current scale to shift from galaxy routing to star routing. Star routing will become necessary at some point. I've heard various estimates tossed around of, maybe it's 10,000 before we switch off of routing everything through galaxies, 10,000 per galaxy, something like that. We don't know exactly what the network congestion dynamics would look like, and it would depend on a lot of factors. But at some point, there will be a need to do this in AIMS, to route things through stars as well. And then the Stellar Congress proposal is an interesting one because stars have been tapped to provide non-technical network governance. There's an interesting hole right in the middle of the Urbit interim constitution, which is to actually say, what does non-technical interim governance of a technical protocol look like? What does that actually mean? And the fact that we haven't answered that is a clue that it either doesn't mean much or it doesn't mean anything pressing, given the dynamics on the network that we currently have with the Galaxy appointing the board, the board and the director of the Urbit Foundation, and then moving from there. It could include things like how censures or reputation integrate into the network and how these work. But anyway, the real problem as of summer 2023 is that all star value is an implicit bet on the future. And there's not really a clear network-based incentive for people to actually run stars rather than hodling them and continuing to take that bet. Since they're not critical to network performance, this isn't an unmitigated disaster, right? It's not a huge problem because we can run things through galaxies. But it's analogous to, in the medium to long term, expecting Bitcoin miners to mine without incentives. And that's not a situation that makes any sense. So this is what I'm going to deal with today. This is what we're going to talk about. The market value of a star it's a bet. It's essentially, we can treat this as a prediction market on the extractable value of a star. If you examine, this is from the Dune dashboard, which is a very good resource, which was put out recently. You can see that the trend is for stars to have a floor in the 2,000 to 3,000 range recently. Now, there's problems with using this as descriptive of a market. For one thing, stars are sort of not really a market. Like, transaction volume is so low that single events and batch transactions have an outsized effect on the price. And there's also a lot of private party star transactions that do not show up in this at all. We don't know if they're higher or lower. We don't know what's going on. So we actually don't have complete information about what's going on with this. And of course, there's USD inflation. There's the fact that we pattern matched as an NFT. And so when there was an NFT craze, we behaved like an NFT. We had a similar arc for that. But I think most of us would say that, it's a buyer's market, right? It's a nice place for a buyer to be. But for a seller, we'd like this number to go up a little bit. As a starting point for our discussion, I'm going to talk about what I'm going to call the default future. The default future is what happens in the absence of any special actions taken to correct the behavior of what happens here. So it's, in other words, saying, what happens to stars and star value in the absence of taking anything. So first question is, under what circumstances does address space bear value? The market is not saturated right now. And so what I mean by that is that the number of planets and stars that are available is exceeded by the demand. Right? There's more available on the market for you to pick up one way or another than what the demand is at. And we're not at any sort of like 99.9% ratio or anything that would really drive a full commodities market. Hosting pressures have been producing a race to the bottom in terms of star prices, coupled with the effect of L2. I'm not saying that this is a bad thing, but I'm saying that from a star valuation standpoint, this is not good for star valuation. That's all I'm saying in that regard. So if stars cannot recoup value from address space, then their role as a planet distributor becomes, in a sense, largely ceremonial. Or you're going to build some kind of community, you're going to push things a certain way, but you're not going to accrue massive market value manifest through that mechanism. And it's too late to enforce market scarcity through lockup contracts on either stars or planets because those were set years ago in azimuth and that clock is running out. Okay, so the next question is, can packet routing lead to value? I think there's two scenarios here in which packet routing can lead to some value capture. One of them is where stars start to look something like an internet service provider, and there's some sort of perhaps expedited packet routing for extremely active points that you can pay for, or there's a microtransaction that's associated with packet routing in some way. None of the infrastructure for this really exists. It's conceivable to see how this might look, but it doesn't really exist right now. Stars could perhaps serve as a CDN or something like that, but there's not really an apparent way for 65,000 stars to also not do a frictionless race to the bottom to become a commodity market on microtransactions on packet routing as well. And you don't want to compete in a commodity market unless you're big. That's one of the rules of thumb. Okay, so the other way that you might accrue value from this would be for some entity like the Urbit Foundation to, in essence, sponsor star operation. But this is fundamentally circular, right? It would be a way of juicing the network, and this may prove to be justified in some sense in the near to medium term, but it doesn't solve the fundamental problem of how do you extract value from operating a star as a packet router, okay? The other role of stars was to serve in something that looks like the Stellar Congress. Well, with 2 to the 16th seats in the Stellar Congress, the marginal value of acquiring a seat in the Stellar Congress is not very important, right? Now, we'll probably get some interesting game theoretic dynamics once there are enough players in the market and you start to see factions form, but right now that's not really a near-term visible proposition here. So this leaves stars in an uncomfortable position. Urbit as a network has a fairly clear value proposition, but the more legible investment vehicle is the Galaxy right now for people. This is, I think, bad for Urbit in a sense because it's a decentralized network, or what purports to become a decentralized network, but is dominated by whales de facto in the short term. I think we're on a good trajectory for that not to be the case long term, but it's a thing to think about as we think about, like, how do we achieve decentralization instead of decentralization theater, which is the problem that plagues a lot of DAOs and DAO-shaped things. All right. At the macro level then, we have to think about how does the market for stars, any market for stars, reflect underlying value, and how do we express for and provide such value in stars? So stars as a market, we can talk about exactly what that means, but the star market is somewhat broken right now. It's hard to reach an understanding between buyers and sellers. There's a lot of friction in actual transfers, and the separate markets are moderately decoupled from each other. You can see fairly different prices if you go to OpenSea, if you go to Star.market, if you go to the Wrapped Star platform. And this is, it's a symptom that something's wrong in the dynamics of the market when you have large arbitrageable gaps like that are not actually being arbitraged to erase them. So we have decent tools for finding and locating stars for sale, but we don't yet have a really frictionless way to use them. We don't have escrow mechanisms. We don't have some of the other things that you'd like to see. We also don't have much liquidity in the market. Low liquidity is bad for 3 reasons. First off, it's difficult to realize value. Holding a star feels more like owning real estate. And there's, of course, the classic story about being land poor, right? Like you own a lot of land, like you're a rancher, but you can't do anything monetarily with it without mortgaging it or doing some sort of unfavorable financial bet to extract a dynamic valuation from that. Low liquidity also means that you don't get the arbitrage gains, which would absorb the slack in the market that you're seeing between the different markets. And it also contributes to market volatility, right? As I pointed out, some of this volatility is due to single transactions or batch transactions that are moving this much more than they should, right? Like once you have a mature market, single transactions don't move the market appreciably. You have to have a lot of transactions moving one way or the other to actually see that kind of market movement. So while I like number go up as much as anyone, I'm also not going to argue purely for let's just make stars worth a lot as an investment vehicle. I think that they actually do have a I think that clear statements can be made for value creation and value capture in stars, and that's one of the things I'm going to work on throughout the rest of this talk. Let me skip ahead. We've talked about some of the market stuff, so I don't think we need to go deeper into that. Okay, so fundamentally, I talked about a market that has full saturation versus a market that has partial saturation, where if demand is much lower than supply, then this represents a downward force on your prices because it's easy to get that buyer's market. So our conservative operating model for the future of star prices must essentially assume that stars and planets do not mint out. There are reasons they could. There's definitely an Urbit maximalist standpoint that says, every cloud server on the planet is running Urbit because Urbit is easier to run than Nginx or Apache, and it does the things that you want out of the box. I like that. I want to aim for that future. But I think that our model should not assume that we get the fully minted out version of what star valuation looks like. So we're going to extend the star metaphor as far as it will go today. Next part of this, stellar life cycle. So the spectrum of star futures ranges between brown dwarfs and blue giants, which are up here. We can get as nerdy as we like with this, but the fundamental idea here is basically that we do have cool, less luminous points in the star history of star evolution, and then brighter, more energetic points to the upper left and upper part of this. One anchor point of this is what we'll call brown dwarfs. Brown dwarfs is essentially arguing that stars are glorified planets, and they don't really bring an additional value add over planets to the ecosystem. We're not too far from that point today in practical terms on network operation. Red dwarf, in my model here, would mean stars provide, there's an incentive to operate them sufficient that they do provide routing, planet distribution, and governance mechanisms. Yellow dwarf would be stars acting as centralizers for community coordination and curation. This has been experimented with. It has not gone mainstream yet, but I think there's reasons to believe in it. And then blue giant is stars offering a variety of unique and valuable services that are most feasible at their level of access and coordination. Okay, that's what we want to aim for. We want to say, we have stars, what would they be good at that would lead us towards the kind of future that urbiters want, right? We want a decentralized future. We want a future that has certain kinds of exit and self-definition and community self-definition available to you. How do stars work towards that end for us? Now, early urban investment in stars was undergirt by the backstop promise of planet value. As this has somewhat exhausted, we've had to shift to thinking about other more clever ways about what stars can and cannot competitively accomplish for urban. There have been some ideas and proposals put out there around this, but functionally, that's the problem we're at. That's the problem we need to solve right now. And it's kind of it's a hard problem, right? Like we're not stuck, but we're like a little bit stuck. It's a thing we need to take into account as we work on this. So one framework of star value, this doesn't necessarily communicate to the investment world very well, but it's one I like to think of. So this message was sent from the Arecibo telescope, and it's infamous because it's supposed to communicate to extraterrestrial life things about like the structure of DNA and where we are in the solar system and stuff. But without a key, you can't figure out any of this. This is like sent in the 80s. This is like Carl Sagan's SETI era. So this is Earth. We're the third planet from the sun, but I guess now it's outdated because Pluto's no longer a planet. Anyway, it's kind of an odd one. But,
how do you use your time like interpreting hieroglyphics?
I mean, well, if you gotta actually, there's an interesting book by Stanislaw Lem called His Master's Voice that is about a Manhattan project that they receive a message from an alien civilization, and they can tell that's what it is, and they set up this Manhattan project to figure out what it is. And what makes the book interesting is they fail to crack the message, and the book is about them trying to grapple with the fact that they failed to actually crack the alien message. So it's a very interesting book. Anyway, star value. So we live in a world where part of the problem with the way services run on the internet today is that we have this tripartite divide into owners, renters, and maintainers. And due to financialization and extractive practices and some of the incentives that are out there in the market, the incentives of these three groups do not line up very well. And so you have people who tend to own facilities but not use them directly so much, or maybe they incidentally use them like Google, but a lot of what they're doing is because they're using them to extract value from another class. Returns are high enough that you don't actually have to worry about maintaining them so much, and you're just trying to squeeze extractive value out of the people that use the service. This is what happens here. I'm not going full communist. I'm not going Marxist. We're okay on this. Renters then are the people who do not own the things that they receive, that they have. And so they are also incentivized not to maintain, but to extract as much value as possible from the thing that they have. And then you have this other class of maintainers. A lot of software developers and IT people fall into this category, where their job is to try to eke out the value they can in the gap between what the owners are taking and what the renters are taking, and yet still keep the lights on, right? Still keep the system running. Part of the vision of Urbit is that we can reunify, these three roles in the same person, right? In the same individual. That you are owner, maintainer, and renter for what you're doing, or that the ways in which you are farming out these capabilities is legible to you rather than completely obscured by the enterprise and corporate dynamics around you. So functionally, if we use the Urbit address space correctly, then I think stars will work very hard towards realizing this unification, because there are things that stars can do in the system that are below the capacity of galaxies numerically, but above the capacity of planets based on the way that we're actually going to structure and set things up. Now, hodling stars, okay, so galaxies derive value from their role in network infrastructure and from the massive amounts of real estate that appertain to them. Planets derive value because it's yours, and you can run it, and you can do what you want to with it. Stars are currently operated or hodled. Hodling is a bet that the stars do arrive at a point of realized value. Operating a star today is, it's sort of a conspicuous consumption type of activity, right? Like, I have a star, I'm going to use it, I like it, but it's like driving a Maserati around town or something, right? Like, it's a little bit flashy. It is a flex, and I love it when someone comes in with a galaxy and like Wex posting in all caps. I appreciate that, but all right. The first Latin motto of my talk. There's only 2 Latin mottos in my talk, so we're okay there. Qui pro astris loquitur? Who speaks for the stars? One of the questions is, how should stars think of themselves? How should star owners think of themselves? Are they a class? Are they an interest group? Are they purely competitive? Like, what exactly are they today, and what should they become? And this is an interesting question because it defines the playing field on which a lot of what happens to star value will take place. There are definitely 2 critical organizational roles that stars are going to need to play. If stars are table stakes for playing on Mars, and they are, then we do need to have some form of forum or collective organization to bring everyone together. Some of you have seen that in the past few months, I've started working with Kenny on the Provider Standards Organization, revivifying that, and turning this into something like a star owners trade group. And the role of something like that would be that it would serve as not as something like a union, but as something like a neutral forum, right? Like utilities have these, lots of kinds of companies have industry organizations whose intent is to give you a place to talk about what are your best practices, what are your shared protocols. You can spin off working groups to define particular parts of your system and so forth. This is what the Star Trade Organization, Star Operators Trade Organization, whatever we end up wanting to call it exactly, will turn into here. The other is the Stellar Congress, which, as I've said, is kind of in an awkward place in that it's not clear what it would do. I think that's something we need to start talking about. I don't have an answer to that yet. I have some suggestions like censures or reputation model or so forth, but I think we need to start thinking about like what that could potentially do. In the interim constitution, it is proposed that it consists of active independent stars, which means people that are actually running stars and are not otherwise affiliated as a galactic senator. And the role of it would be to make recommendations for the Galactic Senate to then decide how to do. Now, we don't want more layers of bureaucracy. We don't want more overhead in getting things done with respect to how do we get the Galactic Senate, the Urbit Foundation Board, and so forth to act. But in the long run, we can see how we might want that dynamic to balance this out. All right. So that's the two organizations, and I said there were two. Yes, okay. The second Latin motto is Omnis Navis Estis Natit. A rising tide floats all ships. So the ownership paradigm of Urbit is wonderful in that what is good for individual owners is good for Urbit as a network, and the converse tends also to be true. Right? Like owning a stake in it means that if it does better, you do better. Right? We like this. We like this about it, that we own a piece of the reality of this network. So a second critical role for stars to fill is that of service provision. A while ago, I started circulating a memo called the Stella Fixa memo, the fixed stars. And part of the premise of that is, what can stars do from a service provision standpoint that would provide value to operators to actually want to run stars? But like, what does this mean, right? So if every point in Urbit is a privileged peer-to-peer node, then what would stars be good at that a planet or a moon or a comet would not also be good at? And so in extremis, that's a form of address space agnosticism, saying that we're not going to differentiate points. A star just means that you have a collection of points. So you and I here likely agree that having something like a limited technical network governance in the body of the galaxies is a good thing, and that it does good things for network dynamics. The stellar analog for this is that if we set up our incentives properly, then stars as a body will also be good for network dynamics, that they will do something in the network that planets are not well equipped to do. Now, there's a number of possible integrations that stars could offer. The first place I started thinking about this is, what's too heavy for a planet to what to do themselves? Right? Like, what are things that a star could do out of the box or with some configuration that's sort of like too much for a planet to want to do? I think there's some moderately obvious ones, like email service provision, where having a static IP that is legible to other spam filters and so forth to know okay, this is like a legitimate service and not a random botnet on the internet. That would help. Things like single sign-on integrations with Web 2.0 services and so forth. I think there's a role for being like CDNs for massively in-demand resources. Remote scry solves some of the problems with how do I share things. There are probably some limits on remote scry that you might say, okay, well, we're going to jump up to the star is going to provide this as a service above this. I think there's a lot of interesting financial transactions that we haven't really explored on the network. There's payment processing, including escrow. There's funding lightning channels, which could be relatively straightforwardly set up with stars as kind of the basis for that. Run your own coin mixer in an appropriate jurisdiction. Middleman brokers. I think there's an interesting role for what I'll call KYC brokers, where both parties to a transaction wish to remain anonymous to each other, but in the United States, due to the Bank Secrecy Act, someone has to know who they are, and so something like a star could act as a centralizing role for that. People played with ideas like, well, what if you get perks or event access or so forth from being sponsored by a star? Since right now we have a one-to-one relationship or a many-to-one relationship of planets are sponsored by a star, it's a little bit less clear like how that would actually work out as a good dynamic. We would either need multiple ways of having multiple sponsors or something like this down the road. But anyway, there's some interesting ideas in that vein. However, the problem with service provision is that at the end of the day, we want to replace the web, which means that it's wonderful for us to have a bridge in the middle term, but we do not want to build our house on that bridge, right? We want Web 2.0 to look like COBOL. It exists, but it's a small fraction of what happens, and everything else happens on Urbit. which means that star value capture in the medium term can rely on service provision, but it cannot in the long term. We have to build a future for stars that goes beyond that, right? It crosses the bridge. There are some interesting ramifications for community organization and securement that have been put out there. In App Workshop, I talked about something called the leak protocol. I don't think anyone ever actually ended up building it, but the idea of that is basically how do you anonymize interactions on Urbit using comments as intermediaries in a principled way. Let you build kind of a Tor-like system on top of Urbit, which is like, it's at least as clunky as Tor, but it's a gesture in this direction of can you start building darknets? Now, darknet is, as we've been conditioned to think of it as a really dirty word, right? Like the media and the government, in a sense, they like this word because it's kind of a frightening word. Like people don't have a good impulse to what is a darknet or a deep web or whatever. Certain kinds of stories have been told about it, but we have strong incentives towards privacy and sovereignty, and in fact, we have to recognize that the thing that is underlying a darknet, like the Platonic ideal of what's underlying it, is an appropriate and a wonderful thing, which is the ability to build an internally high-trust community with relative transparency without worrying about leaks to the outside world, right? So in the West, we sort of live in a globally namespaced world where in the prisoner's dilemma that we play every day with other people, there's often more social capital to be gained by defecting on someone who is not socially compliant than there is to be gained by cooperating with them. And so this leads to kind of the muddle that we have today. But building these kinds of darknet, but secured communities is an important part of allowing us to think and act clearly. Like it's sort of like we're living in a world where everyone has a Harrison Bergeron handicap all the time, just because they aren't in an open space where they can just think and talk and sort of provisionally work through things and see what their ramifications are and decide what they want to be, right? Like every community has to define this API with modernity in a sense. Decentralized autonomous organizations received a lot of attention from about 2016 to 2021 or so. In a way, they kind of run their course. And so the premise of a decentralized autonomous organization is that you have a number of people who hold a token together, and by virtue of holding this token, it's a governance token, they are able to make decisions on what happens with the activities and treasury of the decentralized autonomous organization. I think that this is a good idea, and it's worth exploring, and the tools and modalities that have heretofore been adopted in DAOs have largely been completely lacking, and they've failed to live up to what they could be as a result of that. Now, dynamically, the founder of Urbit wrote a couple of more recent papers, one of them on what he called optimal autonomous organizations, and one on attested enclaves. And I think both of these actually map very well to using stars as the nuclei for community formation. An optimal autonomous organization, I guess I would say that WOW maybe, it's essentially an attempt to instantiate a joint stock corporation as if it were a DAO secured by cryptographic mechanisms, where you have a board, you have an executive, and you have certain kinds of hierarchical relationships within it. The nice thing about this, so one of the problems with DAOs, is that they're directly democratic. The problem with a direct democracy is that it doesn't have a signal damping mechanism that keeps it from making relatively short-term, short-sighted decisions on what's going on. One of the advantages of having things like boards or at the national level we have legislatures and so forth. One of the advantages of that when they aren't experiencing some form of regulatory capture or internal cabalization is that they act as a damping mechanism on popular will, right? And so only the clearest, highest purity signals actually make it through a multi-pass filter like that. This is what you want. And so organizing things as optimal autonomous organizations around stars, provisioning stars so that they are well equipped to set these up, is one way of building towards a future that has that. I think we could do this today. Not all the tools are quite there where you want it, but I think it would be possible to build a startup that essentially operated this way now around a star, but actually treating it as a startup with maybe the governance token is the equivalent of stock or so forth. The other thing that Curtis Yarvin talked about was attested enclaves. And this was the description of a network in which every participant in that network was able to verify the software that everyone else on that network was running. This sounds a lot like the kind of thing you could do on Urbit. Urbit doesn't really directly do that. I mean, we're trusting that everyone's running the same runtime and basically the same hardware. So if I ask for someone's desk cache, I'm assuming that I'm getting the right desk cache. But we don't need to build Urbit as an attested enclave itself. We need to build the ability for stars or collections of stars to build their own attested enclaves, and then you can, everyone who's running inside of that circle knows that certain guarantees hold about security, performance, and behavior as a result of that. All right, I got some other things. There's some other pieces of such a functional private community. I think we would by and large agree on them, so I'll put them in the text. But there's a couple of questions before I get to the what is actually the lead of my talk, which I've held off on for now. One of the questions is, why stars as opposed to anyone else? That's a good question, right? Like, why can't a bunch of planets just do this themselves? To some extent, they can, right? But we don't see, for instance, a group of 256 planets declaring themselves the planetary senate and implementing their own protocol for Mars, because the moment they did that, they would become dark planets roaming the waste, right? Like if you're not participating in the technical protocol, you're not part of Urbit at the end of the day. So you can't deviate from the technical protocol too far, or you're no longer compliant, and therefore you've done a hard fork on the system. Another is that stars, I think, are, if we're going to adopt an analogy, a very old analogy from Urbit, wherein galaxies were referred to as peerage, stars are naturally the gentry. And in English society, functionally what that meant, let's go back to a more pleasant image rather than the dark planet looming at us. In English gentry, one of the roles that the gentry, in the English society, one of the roles that gentry played was essentially preserving English cultural values. So stars need to act as the natural guarantors of decentralization on Urbit. That's the role that's native to them. They're the ones who are saying, there are 2 to the 16th of us, and we need to, the network incentives need to be set up in such a way that naturally they decentralize. For instance, one way I've thought of this is that the value to operating a single star is great. The marginal value to operating more than 10 stars is much less. There's ways we could talk about how do we actually set that up. But I think we can do it. And I think this is the way to avoid decentralization theater, is we set up the incentives for stars to order the network in such a way that they're not trying to capture larger and larger pieces of it, but they can extract sufficient value, create and extract sufficient value at their own scale, that the pressures for strong re-centralization do not exist to the extent that it actually happens. All right, so it doesn't mean quadratic voting. I don't know exactly what it means. This is why I'm bringing this up today, but I think we can figure this out. So if we structure star values such that it is better expressed through not being centralized, and we motivate star owners to prefer to disperse and operate stars, then we've solved this problem, right? We've guaranteed through stars and the structure of star incentives that Urbit becomes and remains decentralized. So here's the buried lead. The single biggest value add-on for stars to play in the Urbit ecosystem, and the most obvious modality for value creation and value capture, is for stars to act as digital cryptographic signers. We define a meta protocol within or on top of Azimuth. I have floated talking about this to people as what I would call a layer 0 blockchain. Urbit has properties of this, and I think the other properties of this would be reasonably straightforward to set up, by which we make it so that people can build L1 blockchains with a relative minimum of effort directly on Urbit that hews to whatever protocol they want. They want proof of stake, they want proof of work, they want kinds of proof of identity that are not possible today. Urbit provides the layer 0 primitives that makes it possible for them to do that. And I think we either bake it into Azimuth or we bake it on top of Azimuth. We can figure out exactly what this meta protocol would look like. This supports secure messaging, it supports notarized documentation, it supports financial transactions, cryptocurrency or fiat, it supports reputation, it supports autonomous associations. It becomes the backstop of decentralized community. If we think of Urbit, if you're familiar with the dark forest metaphor, in brief, it's a metaphor for why don't you hear certain kinds of sounds being made in an environment? And the answer is because if you make those sounds, a predator comes and eats you. What this does is it slightly centralizes trust via stars by raising pylons in that dark forest by which to navigate. But it also means that you can use those pylons to navigate. Now you can navigate the dark forest in a way that you could not previously, because now we're actually going to be able to understand the trust structures and these things that are being set up by people to work with this. At this point, the use of a term like blockchain is probably no longer apt. We're probably starting to talk about building things that don't necessarily look like classic blockchains. I mean, you remember like 2016, 2017, when it's like Microsoft is going to build a blockchain inside of their company and they're going to run stuff on it. Which, like, in a sense, is an interesting experiment. Like, I'm glad it was tried, but I also recognize that it was also functionally meaningless to make that kind of a claim for it. But I think we're gonna start talking about doing new kinds of things. Classical proof of identity may as well follow the Bank Secrecy Act for what it requires of people to show proof of identity. Urbit, you essentially get something that looks like proof of identity for free. Now, if you want to make sure that you don't have too much centralization or whatever, we go back to what the incentives are in that regard. So the market's not yet mature for a full version of this. People could still do 51% attacks and so forth on top of this. But you could definitely build a tested enclaves for whom that's not true, right? Where you actually do have decentralization, or where the entire enclave is controlled by one person who has some sort of mechanism in place to guarantee that they're not going to play a 51% attack. There's a lot of interesting game theoretic work that's been done on trying to solve those kinds of problems, and I think we should investigate that more. Now, let's go to, all right, to sum up, galaxy star delamination, that's what I'm going to call this deviation in price between them. It's proven to be a difficult proposition for us to navigate, but we're equal to it. Like, we've done hard things in Urbit. We can do more hard things. We will have to do more hard things. But I think we can come to an adequate solution that prioritizes all parts of an equity-based address system. Equity used in its proper term of ownership and as a proportion of a stake of the address space. The challenge of star valuation is it requires us to create value creation mechanisms for stars. We can do this. There's some ideas here. I'm sure you have other ideas. Let's talk about them. Let's figure out how to get them. What parts of this go into the protocol? What parts of this it makes sense to farm out to an existing startup or to another startup that's out there? You know, there's a lot of options there. By assigning stars a complete role with out-of-the-box support for it, we're going to be able to provision this and seed this out in ways that we've not previously had, right? Like we can have a star pill that, you know, they boo with it, and all these services and so forth are just running out of the box. There's a little bit of configuration, but it should feel fairly minimal for them. It should be straightforward. Now, it's worth hearkening back to a moment for, like, why do we care about urbit? I mean, you all have your own reasons to care about urbit, but in a sense, the reason we care is because we think there's something in decentralization. One way to put it is that we think that competitive market dynamics are more likely to bring good outcomes than a centralized planning process would do. So, but we also believe that people have the right and capacity to cultivate their own culture. Stars are the natural home for this. And we have to make it possible and legible and ready to hand for star owners to do this. Do we do this through the Star Trade Organization? Do we do this through bounties? Do we do this through the Urbit Foundation and Core Debt? Like, where do we do this? I don't know. That's an ongoing conversation. I want to have that conversation. Let's talk about it. Do we investigate setting up the Stellar Congress right now? Well, we investigate it, and we decide whether or not it's actually worth it. Like, is the vision for the Stellar Congress, does it actually make sense? Does it serve a differentiated enough role to do anything? And then finally, we actually need to define what I'm talking about as the layer 0 digital signing layer. If we agree that it would be a good way to attract, capture, and secure star value, let's start talking about, like, technically what would this look like? How would we build it? How would we get from here to there as we put this forward? So, there's a lot to do for stars. There's a lot of future for stars. I do not believe in address space agnosticism. I don't think every point is really a comet, ultimately, which is where that leads us. I think that stars will serve a role to make Urbit what it should be. And now it's just making sure that we set up the hierarchy, the administration, and the incentives to push us in that direction. Thank you. Are we Q&A-ing or am I vacating?
Do you have any Q&A? Does anyone have any questions that they want to ask? Questions? Yeah.
Is there a group or a forum or somewhere we can keep up on the progress?
So right now, there is the Provider Standards Organization, which is on DAWZOD, is that right? Where's Kenny? I saw it's on. Oh, there's Kenny. Probably. I think it's on, or DOPZOD or something. It's on a Zod. It's on a Zod start. Okay, it's DOPZOD. It's DOPZOD is what it's on. Yeah. Yes, DAWZOD would be Zod because it's a 0. So yes, DM me or Kenny with a star attestation or from a star, and we'll add it because we're only having stars or people who've been delegated as stars. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand your case for address space agnosticism. In the example you gave, where kind of like you have all these planets who are, you don't know kind of how much they share the values with the network, and the hope for maintaining it in in a decentralized way, right? But you could still use mechanism design and kind of like an incentive layer to reward kind of good like quality contributions or maintenance. So I guess I don't quite see why or any arbitrary ship shouldn't be able to provide services to a network that is providing some value.
So there is a case that can be made for address space agnosticism. I don't agree with that case, but you can make that case, and it has been and will probably continue to be made.
It seems like in the future we'll eventually get to a point where stars are sponsoring other stars. Is that going to affect like the weight of the parent stars' decisions in these organizations, or is that just like a fuzzy detail?
So right now in Azimuth, there's a notion of sponsorship that is separate from things like the desks you are subscribed to. So it does, but what it dictates is, for instance, the galaxy to which you are appealing when you wish to do peer discovery or routing. That's what sponsorship practically means in Azimuth terms now. So there's actually not a mechanism in Azimuth for a star to sponsor a star in the Azimuth sense. There may be ways in which we use the term sponsor in the future which would not map to that But right now, the only way in which you would have sponsorship is if you are a star and you are subscribed to another star's desks for updates, but it's not the same thing as an azimuth level sponsorship. I do think that there's actually, if we lean into star communities this way, then we might actually want to find a way that there's a sense in which a point can have multiple sponsors, but it would not be in the same sense in which something is sponsored on azimuth in 2023.
So I can think kind of like going off that, like the sponsorship trees and kind of where you get OTA and stuff like that. There seems to be, and this maybe goes to the rest of it, battle as well. But right now you can get your OTAs from anybody, and I don't even know that they can at least easily stop you from doing so. How do you feel about unilateral changes to that model that maybe aren't technically necessary, but that do serve some sort of forcing function to say, hey, you're getting your OTAs from your sponsor, better have a good sponsor that's not filling with maybe they start charging you something for it.
Well, this gets back to the old idea of emancipation, for instance, right? The idea that you could change, a point can change its sponsor. So hierarchically, it nests in the address space in a particular location, but it doesn't mean that that's the actual sponsor on azimuth. And a lot of us have done processes similar to that, because you buy a point on OpenSea and the galaxy it's under is not turned on, so you have to go find a sponsor and so forth. So, but I think that, I mean, I know you've talked about like token-based gating of access to things. Like you want to install something, so the parent point to which you are appealing looks at your token and says, well, you get the freeware version or you get the payware version, this sort of thing, which would be a straightforward way of setting this up, and not that far technically out of what we do right now. Right. Thank you all.
Questions? All right, thank you so much.
I need a mic to go to introduce this.
All right. That's fine. I mean, I'm sweating, but I'm wearing a jacket too.
We have a presentation called Digital Jeffersonianism. Sigdev Filnup, if you're ready.
Let's see.
Still wearing khakis, guys, sorry.
Hang on, we got to get a mic on him. All right. Okay, great. Thank you. Got it.
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course. Hi, everybody. I'm Sigdev Pilnup on the network, also known as Kenny Rowe. Hopefully you know that name too. But I'm the founder of the Dalton Collective. I just want to kind of put that out there ahead of time. This was the first group-owned star on the network, just to kind of relate this to the last talk as it's relevant. We have some ideas about what it means to create star value. So if you ever want to check us out, we're hanging out at the Hacker House on Wednesdays at 1 p.m. So feel free to jump by and you can see what we're all about there. But also, I'm the founder of a new group that's being launched this week called Octu Ventures. And Octu Ventures is a venture DAO focusing specifically on urbit companies and urbit projects that are building on urbit. And there'll be more details about that coming up. But in my presentation today, I wanted to talk about a larger kind of historical perspective, how I see urbit fitting into sort of the larger context of society, and present possibly it's kind of a new metaphor to describing urbit to normal folks. So let me get some, I do have some slides, I promise I do, at some point here. Okay, just a minute here. How's everybody doing? Good? So this is my first time to Wyoming. I don't know about you, but I'm digging the vibe. I'm digging the vibe. I forgot my cowboy hat, sorry.
We'll get you one.
Okay, good. But I definitely think there's some, the place that we're in, specifically Wyoming, is doing some pretty great stuff in general. So wanted to shout out to all the great people that are doing some really awesome work here in Wyoming, and a lot of things that I'm really excited to see. And I think maybe even kind of jibe with some of this presentation here. So Jeffersonianism, let's start there. So in the early days of the United States, and I'm going to be focusing mostly on the US now because that's really what I'm most familiar with. We had two kind of competing structures to organize society. We had a Jeffersonian model and a Hamiltonian model. And so the Hamiltonian model was really more about, it's a stronger central government. So the federal government is much more in control of how the states operate. A bit of a looser interpretation of the Constitution to give more flexibility and centralization, as well as financial centralization, ultimately culminating in something like a central bank, right? However, on the other side of this, we have the Jeffersonian model, which is it's smaller, self-run farms, interconnected on sort of a state level, strong states' rights, a strict interpretation of the Constitution, and regional monetary authorities. So this is the, and that's all kind of held together with a couple things. So you need strong property rights, you need civil rights, and you need a decent level of education and mobility in order to create these networks. And this is the sort of the birthplace of the United States is sort of baked into this dichotomy here. And then something else we notice about history in general, right, is that it has this sort of cyclical nature to it, right? There's like this wheel of time, and we've all seen this quote from Mark Twain that history doesn't typically like repeat, but it does certainly rhyme. And I want to put forward that this is something that we see in the past. We see this throughout many different cultures, the rise and fall of boom and bust, and that this happens on a somewhat regular pattern, in a somewhat regular schedule. So again, kind of focusing on the United States as an example, during, we have a sort of crisis period during the formation of the country and the revolution, and then again at the Civil War, and then again at World War II. Cycle tends to repeat. And then what are some of the kind of characteristics of these cycles, right? So the first is a, here we go, disintegrative periods. All right, what are the sort of characteristics of these times? Well, we have too many people at the top, right? There's too many people vying for too few positions of power. Really, and you can see this sort of even today in like just the massive explosion of student debt. Okay, where did this come from, right? The acquisition of a higher education degree has become almost like the citizenship of the country. And so we have to pour as many resources as we can to acquiring one of these degrees. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to get a good job, right? But once you have these, then there's only so many people who can be CEOs, who can be congressmen, who can be, these very elite positions. And we're turning out graduates left and right. And then eventually you get to, there's competition. There's competition at the highest level for all of these things, and that creates conflict at the highest sort of levels, right? And then what that ends up happening is, because of this competition, the elites in a society, or the top of that echelon, they start to need to adopt different strategies to preserve their position, right? This is not, they're just following their incentives. This is not necessarily like an evil thing. The elites are not We need elites. We need people who are very good at their job, that can coordinate things, these kinds of things. But when the competition gets high, then they start to need to preserve their position. So they turn those institutions towards themselves, and then they start to create this sort of cycle by which the rich tend to get richer. The elites tend to consolidate power, right? And then this ultimately has a decline in overall living standards for the lower parts of the population, the more common folks in here. And obviously this creates conflict, right? And we see this throughout sort of time, and then also this feeds into institutions, right? So as over time, these institutions become rigid, they can't adapt to social change as good, and there's a general loss of public trust, followed by that economic decline. Oh boy, sorry about that. Here we go. So integrative periods. So contrast to the sort of the decline, what is the period by which usually things are coming together, all right? So this is the much more positive part of these two parts which we see societies running through. So in integrative periods, we tend to see the elites are much more cooperative. There's fewer of them, by the way. And then they direct those societal needs towards a more broad-based social order. So there's far less conflict within sort of these periods. There's a lot more cultural flourishing. And this can often be sort of exemplified through big infrastructure projects. So if you think about past integrative periods, and at least in the United States history, following the revolution, there were big infrastructure projects like the Erie Canal. Following the Civil War, you had things like the transcontinental railroads and the highway system following the Second World War. These are the kind of hallmarks of integrative periods coming together, cooperation, community spirit, shared values. And of course, these tend to come after disintegrative periods, right? Such that these two things, they're tied together. They come back and forth, they flow into one another, okay? Well, where are we now? In the current moment, that does seem, somewhat obvious that we are again facing this somewhat disintegrative period where the institutions of society have become far more rigid. There are so many elites that there's so much competition that it's now becoming, we're seeing movements of counter-elites, and these counter-elites are conflicting with the existing structures. So this is, we see this all throughout the history, and this is obvious, or this has been portrayed in classical art for time immemorial, right? This is the fourth stage of Rome here. But there's something else. Every new integrative period, there's a new paradigm, a new ethos that it's embedded in. And what I want to put forward in this presentation is that, while we find ourselves in a current time of strife and conflict, there will be an integrative period after that of renewed, invigoration and social order, but it will be rooted in something else. It won't be rooted in the older technologies of social coordination and institutions like central banks and, it'll be rooted much more in a digital epoch, right? And this is going to redefine what those things are. We will still have positions of power, we will still have elites, and we will still have all the same general roles that we have, but they will be redefined. So who are those people that harness and understand the digital landscape and can push those resources in a particular direction, right? These would be the elites, the ones that know how to maintain and control these sort of digital flows. And then in this new integrative period that we will be in at some point, those that will be much more constructive towards a larger base of the population. And then more specifically, I think urbit plays a critical role in this. Not only urbit, but projects like this. And what I mean by that is it creates, there's an opportunity in both times. So in the disintegrative time in the period that we kind of find ourselves now, this is something like a personal and communal moat. And when I'm using the word moat here, it's sort of like, around a castle, that's protection. That's a barrier. That's a thing that you can use in order to protect yourself and or your community. And in the future, urbit will be the infrastructure, the thing that it is itself. So urbit is not only the compass, but it's sort of the territory in which this digital epoch is going to grow and kind of find its full manifestation. So urbit is this place where your digital existence becomes a real place, an actual place that you have. And this is the critical part of this is because urbit provides ownership over computation, over communications, over commerce. This is the core building block, the foundation by which we can build a newer kind of, or a society that when it does come together and we finally get out of this period that we're in now, urbit is going to be the thing, or things like it, right? Like where personal sovereignty is maintained, where you can act in peer-to-peer functions, create communities that can define their own values, that can interact on their own terms, and then interconnect with other communities. And I mean, I'm a perfect example of this. I find deep-rooted connection in urbit, in the communities. That's really the reason I stick around, is because it's basically all you guys, right? But it also offers me these other things that I can't get other places, which is like the communications that it's directly, I'm under that control, right? I have a lot of agency that I normally wouldn't have. And we have yet to see that manifest in real practical like usefulness, but I think that's where we're headed, right? So this is like, what can urbit do for me as a business? Similar to Neil's talk, what might these different things manifest into at some point? And what can we build together? So we have these periods of kind of disintegration and integration, and they kind of tend to repeat themselves, all right? We're currently finding ourselves in a sort of disintegrative period, but we will get to another place in which we're building something new. And I don't know how long this is going to take, right? No, I don't think anybody does. But it's sort of like this valley, right? So we're running down this, and there's only so much variation between the highs and the lows here. And when we come to the edge of that valley, it's like a flat plane. And when we come to this point, after whatever will be, small changes in the environment will determine the course of the next integrative period. And I don't want to make any pronouncements about specifics, but I do think that flat plane is the digital plane. It's the thing that is the most relevant to our lives, even though it's building on top of much higher layers. And the things that are likely to gravitate or pull the society into a new integrative phase are personal and communal tools that allow them, in a sort of digital Jeffersonian paradigm, interconnect with each other in ways that are peer-to-peer, that can build in networks together. So I just wanted to finish with some fantastic art that I think also sort of captures some of the zeitgeist of this. That actually, thanks to Minderfold in here, he's prolific in this net. And if you haven't seen some of this stuff, the group is called Urb Art. Highly recommend checking that out. And so Urbit's role in this remains to be seen, but I think it will serve a critical piece of the landscape, and this is something that we build together. This is something that is currently not fully defined, so there's a great deal of opportunity. There's a lot of things to be built, and there's a lot of opportunity. So with that, thank you very much.
Any questions or
Oh yeah, sure. I mean,
questions? Anyone? Yeah.
Jake.
Is it possible to identify using metrics like what period we're in and maybe like what phase of that period we're in?
Yes, obviously. So a lot of the ideas here that I'm drawing from is from a scholar. His name is Peter Turchin. And so if you haven't read any of Peter's work, he's trying to create a science of history. And what that means kind of more practically is if you create a model and you think you have the right idea, can you actually prove that against objective metrics? So in his case, he really thinks there's these two key factors that define these disintegrative periods. How many elites are there in society, and how many jobs do they have, and what is the overall living standards of most people? So he calls these things elite overproduction and popular immiseration. And you kind of need both of these things, so you can count it, right? So you can look at, in terms of just how tall are people, what's their nutrition, what is their death rates, those kind of things. And when those start going down, right? Then you know that you're in a disintegrative period because he calls this the wealth pump. You know that that's where the resources of the kind of society are going. And then you can count things like how many lawyers are we producing? How many doctors do we have? How many positions of power are there? Because there's only 100 senators. That's been that way since 1948, right? And then you can see the internal competition. So there are metrics you can look at. You can absolutely see this. And you can also see throughout history that how long do these periods typically last. And then I think probably the way Peter would characterize this is that you're going to have continued upheaval until you fix the structural problems, which is basically too many elites and not enough prosperity getting spread around. And those are two things you can measure.
Yeah, what are the transition periods, like from disintegration to integration?
Yeah.
What does that look like, right? Where does a revolution form? Like, what does the data kind of show if you kind of look back on these different events?
Right. So it's usually around a very acute crisis. Typically, war, right, is the most common. So in the revolutionary periods, literally the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and World War II. Not always the case, though. And sometimes there's a wide range of possibilities that can sort of alleviate the structural problems. But I mean, in terms of what we've seen to date, we're seeing the build up of these pressures. We have seen parts, like COVID is an example of, epidemics can also be these things. I don't know that it was the thing that's going to be the transition point. It's hard to say, but these periods tend to last. And another thing, like this is very popular in the zeitgeist, like with things like the fourth turning, right? It's a similar idea that there's sort of like this generational period, 20, 25, 30 years, by which these things get hashed out and worked out. And we might be something like halfway through that, something like that, right? So there's probably still some more to go. I don't think anybody knows for sure. There's still a lot of variability in these things. And it's a fool's errand to try to make specific predictions about any of it, really, other than it's going to continue to get worse until the structural problems are fixed.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask about a part of the Jeffersonianism that didn't come up so much, which is education and Jeffersonian values. And I think a Jeffersonian would say that a lot of those come from the inherent position of the yeoman farmer, the independent citizen, the small business owner, etc. Mm-hmm. But as we're building these Jeffersonian affordances for a new era, how do we take the values of digital Jeffersonianism that we see in this Roman and the urbit community and spread that out so that people use those affordances and it becomes a virtuous cycle?
Okay, so let me try to maybe rephrase some of the question to make sure I understand, right? So in the kind of the Jeffersonian era, there's these sort of local farmers, and they're the ones that need the education, right? Or how does the education in the Jeffersonian perspective, because there's two sort of classes here that we're talking about, the farmer, yeoman farmer, and then the sort of everybody else, right? In your question, how are those related?
Well, the yeoman farmer being sort of paradigm of the Jeffersonian person or household, so that Jeffersonianism has these values of independence, of the value of rights, of believing you can have a good life outside of the elite competition. So what does that look like for the digital age?
Yeah, and I'm maybe saying outside of the elite is okay. That's a good point. Okay, so how does that relate to urbit, and how does that? Yeah. So the vast majority of people that are going to be using urbit in the future, they're going to be using it for pretty practical reasons if we do our job right. So this is, where is my community and where am I based and how do we communicate? If I want to do business, or when I want to do business and how I do business, how does that actually happen? Is that intermediated by a large corporation, by government, or by something else? Or are we going peer to peer, right? So in the elite context, it's still going to be more about building tools and protocols and these kind of more higher level operations. But yeah, lower in terms of maybe education, I'd say the ability to interact with digital tools in general is part of that education. And we can only get to that point after we've had a generation that's grown up digital. And we are here, right? as what does Sam Frank like to call himself? A geriatric millennial, right? So the oldest the millennials are now turning 40, 40 plus, and the youngest being around 20 or so. And this is the group of people, maybe to get to your point, they have the internal, like the skills already sort of there to deal with this digital realm, and that's going to become more and more and more relevant as the digital expands far beyond what we kind of see currently now in the physical. That's kind of what I see as the educational component. There's still, of course, the classical notion of education and somewhat credentials, but it's also going to be competency. Like, what can you actually do? What comes natural? What did you grow up with, right? Some of these types of questions, which will probably have its own morph, into something else as digital becomes more of what the society is like embedded in.
Questions? No? All right, well, let's give it up for Sikta Pelnup, everybody. Okay, so we're a little early, but we can break for lunch. It's already set up, so the same room where you all have breakfast. Go ahead, help yourself. One quick announcement. If you did park your car in this back Tacen lot where it says Tacen, I actually need you to move your car during this lunchtime. Oh, and Jay has a quick announcement.
Quick announcement, there will be a raffle for, 2 cowboy hats at the end of the conference, so please stick around until the end. We'll try to figure out some way to do a raffle, so yeah, please stick around. Two hats.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
have Minder Folden give a presentation in the next few minutes, but I just wanted to do a quick announcement. So I know there's only 2 bathrooms here. Second and third floor, there are also bathrooms there, so please feel free to walk up there and use them. And then much more exciting news is that so we are launching an exchange toward the end of this month, a famous last word, and we are going to list W star. USDT pair, so that's another way to get more liquidity into the market. In any case, please enjoy, and I think in the folder, where are you? Yeah, there you go. Please give him a round of applause.
Oh, I don't need it.
Yeah.
Thank you. You may not know it yet, but I deserved every bit of that applause, so thank you very much. Now, for me to do what I do, I need your brains awake, your minds relaxed. Everybody sit up nice and straight. Take a nice deep breath in. Perfect. Now I'm going to mirror all of you, so please put your right fist in the air and extend one finger. Thank you. We're all polite here except you. Excellent. So we're going to draw a square by going straight down, straight out, up, and to the beginning, to the count of 4. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Shake it out. Shake it out. Excellent. With your other hand, we're going to draw a triangle by going straight down, straight out, and back to the beginning, to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Shake that out. Loosen it up. Excellent. Oh, yes. We're doing these both at the same time to the count of 12, which means that we're going to draw these square 3 times and the triangle 4 times. Excellent. I heard 2 of you. Everybody else sitting there going, carried the 1. Right? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Anybody get that? Anybody? Liar! Now, I know through the rest of my set, people are going to be going like, how the hell do you do that? Which, from my vantage point, looks like you're a T-Rex being like, roar. Roar is I love you in dinosaur. Okay, moving on. I am inordinately excited to be here because I have a very strange path into Urbit. Weirdly, Jay and I, we met, like 3 years ago? You were at one of my birthday party shows. Every year, I like to do a show for my birthday. It is very narcissistic. Like, pay me money to buy a ticket to come clap for me. That's how I celebrate my birthday. And then he was there in a tux. And I was like, who the hell's this cat? And turns out we met on Urbit. So he invited me here, so thank you very much for having me here. And I asked, what would you like me to cover? He goes, I don't care. Whatever you want to do. So what's about to happen is his fault, okay? So for those of you that don't know, but I know a lot of you, I've been on the network for like 4 years. I was there back in the old days when it was just command line. I didn't know what command line meant before I found Urbit. My degree is in painting. I have an art degree. So that's why it's hilarious to me on Hacker News when people say, Urbit's too difficult. I have a computer science degree, and I don't know how to use it. So I like to see myself as the resident idiot that still figured it out. So I'm like, if you can't figure it out, and I'm an idiot, and I figured it out, you're telling on yourself a little more than you understand. Right? So I have no technical chops. I shouldn't be here, right? So my part is trying to communicate what the hell Urbit is. That's why it's peer-to-peer communication and connection. So part of my background is I lived in Chicago for about 8 years, and I was the pitch doctor at 1871, which is a tech incubator. Voted best tech incubator in the world multiple years running. So my job was to work with tech founders who have an amazing idea, who are trying to pitch investors, but couldn't explain why they were going to change the world. So my job is to help them frame their value proposition, communicate to investors, here's how we're going to make you a lot of money. So that's kind of part of my background. Also, how did I get here being a painter to a professional communicator? Another part of my life is I'm a professional mind reader. That's what I do. But I don't claim to be psychic. It's applied psychology, showmanship, and communication skills. That's all it is. So I do want to share a little bit of that with you guys here. None of what you're about to see is set up. There are no plants. I've had people ask me, hey, if you need somebody to play along, I'm your guy. And then I explained that that is fiscally not smart, because then I'd have to travel with you everywhere, and now we've got to buy 2 plane tickets, right? So none of this is set up. I have prepared a lot myself, but none of this is, oh, they're in on it, right? So, my name's Jonathan Minderfolden. Your name?
Shelby Evans.
Shelby Evans. And your ship name?
Tacen Woolville.
All right, pleasure to see you.
Yeah.
Now, do you want the red deck of cards, or do you want the blue deck of cards? The blue. All right. Going to put this somewhere safe. A lot of people say, oh, you're a magician. Well, a magician wouldn't let you look at the cards, right? Now, next time, as I go through these, I would like you to please take out one that you feel drawn to. You are not selecting a card. One has already picked you, and then you're going to take that out. Perfect. Please take a look at it. Remember it. And it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I don't know you well enough to trust you yet. Sure. And Mr. Nosy back there has already been looking over your shoulder, so that's good. So now, if he forgets, I can rely on you guys as well, right? Excellent. Now, you know a lot of folks here, I imagine. Would you point out somebody over here that you don't know? With the accusatory finger, that was amazing. Who is it?
Yeah, he pointed to himself. I don't know his name.
Oh. Right, I asked you to pick somebody that you don't know, and you're like, that guy. Nice. So, if you would, please stand up. And this is a game of imagination, okay? So that's all you got to do. I am going to ask you to close your eyes, and please keep them closed until I specifically ask you to open them again. Right? No matter what you hear happen, no matter what happens around you, no matter how bad the pain gets, you keep your eyes closed. Got it? So imagine that you are standing in front of a wall, and on that wall is a playing card, and you can't see the back, you can't see the front, you can only see the back, and then in your mind, you're going to reach out and touch the card. When you do, please say stop in a nice loud voice.
Stop.
Okay, please open your eyes, and I'll explain what in the world was just going on.
Okay.
When you closed your eyes, I started throwing cards. Randomly at first, kind of buzzed the heads of folks over here. Then part of my personal goal was to hit the camera, which I did not do, so I don't get the extra points there. Then I threw a couple at you, and it whizzed around and hit her right in the face, and that was deeply pleasing for me. Like, not all of this is for your enjoyment. A lot of this is for me, right? Then you said stop, and I stopped throwing cards. Now later, when you think about this, and you will think about this, here's what you're going to think. You're going to go, you know what? Minderfolden didn't give me another chance. If I would have known what was going on, I would have changed my mind. Do you know that that's how I know what you're going to be thinking?
How do you know?
My name's literally Minderfolden. I'm a mind reader. Like, I didn't bury the lead here. So knowing what you know now, do you want to stay here, or do you want me to throw some more cards?
Stay.
You're sure?
Oh, yeah.
You want to stick with your first choice, like 97% of people that do this with me.
I do.
I gave him the chance. You stopped me at this card. Could have been any other card. You're welcome. That was weirdly intimate. I don't know why you're laughing, but I like it. You may be seated, child. Thank you. Now, for the very first time, would you please tell everybody in a nice loud voice, what was the card that was drawn to you?
The 2 of clubs.
The 2 of clubs. It's that moment right there. That's the moment that you realize you care. Just show it to me already. I need to see it. 2 of clubs, just like that. It's amazing. It's amazing. What? That is my gift to you. That is now a family heirloom. It will not curse your family, I promise. there we have an example of peer-to-peer connection. See, we bring it all full circle. I told you I would. I told you there would be the thinnest veneer of urbit here, right? So we're going to up the ante a little bit. I do need the help of 3 people total. If you don't want to volunteer, I will volunteer you to help. So if you would like to experience this firsthand, awesome. You, sir, you've got the right vibe. So if you would join me up here. And then second, I'm going to ask that you help me. Yes, perfect. Turn around, that's your good side, perfect. And then last but not least, anybody from over here? Excellent, yes. Come on down. Everybody else, please do show them a lot of love and encouragement. Welcome. Welcome. In the world that I come from, we show love with applause. It's really weird when you've got a barbecue with a whole bunch of performers, and then you show up and like 30 people applaud for you. You're just like, that feels really good. So you should try it. When you see your friends, clap for them. It will be weird, but they'll feel good about it, right? So for the 3 of you, do you all know each other?
No, never met.
Okay, never met. Excellent, excellent. So we are going to work on this. Please take a marker, pass the rest down. Please use the fat end. Those are double-ended markers, so use the big end.
Which one is that?
It's the big end. That's the small end. Big end. Perfect, perfect. Excellent. So now, sudden gust of gravity. Those happen. Thank you. That's a joke from when I was 13, in my juggling years. When I'd juggle fire, drop something, but well, we'll just put that there for a minute. Moving on. I'm going to ask that each of you please think of a place that you would like to visit. Now, this can be anywhere on Earth. It could be anywhere on Mars. It could be in any universe. It could be in the Marvel universe. It could be in the DC universe. It could be in Tolkien's universe. Just somewhere that you would like to go. Lock that in your mind. Do you have it?
Not yet.
Take as long as you need.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Good Lord. That was what we like to call dead air. All right, so now, on the card, we've got I would like to visit, and then there. You're going to fill in the blank with where you want to visit. Please print nice and neat so that my mom would be able to read it. So no scribbly scribbles, okay? Please do it so that none of these guys would be able to see what that is. That means that you keep it close to yourself and then do this like this, okay? Then you're going to fold it like a book and then fold top down to the bottom. Make sense? Excellent. So go ahead and get started. Make sure that nobody else can see what it is. Excellent. Please no peeking. I'm going to look this way so that way you guys know that I'm not peeking either. The reason why I'm having them commit themselves is a lot of times if I get this right, it's so weird and they get so freaked out that they're like, no, that's not it. And then one of us looks like an absolute jackass and it's always me. So this way it keeps honest people honest. Make sense? Okay. Are you guys done?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that was like 4 yeses, so that was awesome. So it's folded up, tops to the bottom, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so please put the caps back on the markers, pass the markers down to my side, pass the papers to your left, and then your job down there on the left is to mix them up so that if they were in any particular order, thank you very much, you wouldn't be able to tell which one came from who. Make sense? Okay, perfect. In this jacket pocket, I've got a poker chip, which we'll get to in just a little bit. But with your left hand, reach in there. What do you feel? Yep.
Feels like an empty pocket.
There you go.
Okay.
Feels like an empty pocket because it is.
Well,
Well, I'm not happy until you're happy. You get in there and dig, baby. Get in there and really dig around. How much is allowed? I'll go as far as you want to go.
okay.
Okay.
I'm convinced.
All right. That didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would. All right. So now, if you would, please put those papers into that
Certainly.
pocket.
Okay.
Excellent.
Done.
And now hold up your left fist, extend one finger, put it in the pocket, and mix. This is pleasant for the both of us.
All right.
Thank you. this concludes the experiment. I like leaving people with more questions than they arrived with. All right. The hardest part of this whole thing is the handwriting. I ask, please make this as clear as you can. And then they're just like, scribble. So, yeah, this is really like poker stakes, right? Last night they were playing poker, and I explained, I don't play poker because there's only two ways this goes. I win, and people say, you cheated. That's not good. Or I lose, and then they say, I thought you'd be good at this. That's why I don't play poker. All right, so this one says, I would like to visit New Zealand. So I would like you to say New Zealand.
New Zealand.
I'd like you to say New Zealand.
New Zealand.
I'd like you to say New Zealand.
New Zealand.
New Zealand. Okay, so here I'm able to see them, I'm able to hear them, and I've got the handwriting here, which is very big, bold, strong mark. So by round of applause, I'm going to ask you to vote for who you think wants to go to New Zealand. Okay, you don't have any friends here.
They know that I don't want to go there.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
All right, and that's what I like to do is see that, yeah, that's yours, right?
Is it?
It is.
Are you sure?
I'm real positive. It's like my job.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, there you go. See? That's why we do this. You can go back to your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you. See? There's a joker in every crowd. I'm going to ask that you open this up. And then open it up. Yep. And then read what it says there.
The whole thing?
Well, I mean, like, we know it says, I would like to visit, and then there's a blank that's been filled in. So that's...
Been filled in?
Yeah.
The Coliseum.
The Coliseum. All right, so the two up here, if you would, please, person over here, say the Coliseum.
The Coliseum.
And then would you say the Coliseum?
The Coliseum.
I'm going to cheat a little bit. I want to see their handwriting. But no visual feedback from their body language. I think you would like to go to the Coliseum.
Well, I wrote it, but it isn't really true.
Yeah, I know. See, that's... Exactly. Thank you. Yep. Classic. That's why I don't claim to be psychic and tell the truth. I go with what they are willing to share. And that's a really important detail, that nobody can like reach inside your mind and violate that privacy. This only works when we work together. And if you want to screw with me, you can. But we're friends, so you won't ever again, will you? All right. Now, we didn't set this up. You had no clue that this was going to happen. I didn't ask you ahead of time, like, hey, please pick one, right? This was in the spur of the moment.
Yeah.
Thank you for being honest. For like the one person out of three that's not jerking me around. I appreciate it. So with your left hand, please reach in, grab your card. You can put it in your pocket. It's yours. You can keep it forever. Just don't open it. Don't let me see it. Just put it away. Got it. So this is the hardest level. First one, I got to see all of their physical reaction. I got to hear what they were saying. Second one, I took a peek at the handwriting, and it was like, it's all crazy. Got to be that guy. I've been doing this a while. This is the hardest one, where you're not sharing anything. I don't get to see your handwriting. You're not going to say it out loud. This, again, is just a game of imagination. So please imagine that you are Superman. And whatever world it is that you would like to visit, I want you to see it below you, right? You're in outer space, and it's there. So whatever continent, wherever it is that you'd like to visit is, starts to glow. And then you zoom in until maybe if it's an area or a city, you're at that level and you can start resolving that amount of detail until you land and you are wherever it is that you want to be. You're not here, you're there.
Yes,
Look around. Buenos Aires.
that's correct.
Yes, way. Oh, now he's good. So I'm the devil. Now we are going to do something called the luckiest person in the room. It's not you. I won't tell you what day you're going to die, but I could. It's my favorite thing to do. No, I won't tell him. He's earned it, but I won't give it to him. All right, so this is something I saw at a fundraiser once, and I thought it was really cute. So I've got a custom poker chip. On one side, it is green. It says yes. On the other side, it says on or no. Right? So the idea is that I'm going to flip this in the air, and then you guys are going to call it. If you think it's going to be red, your hand's going to be up, kind of like a stop sign. That's how I remember this, right? So red is hand up, green is hand down. If you think it's going to be green, your hand is down. If you are correct, you stay in. Process of elimination until one person is left. Make sense? Now, the fastest we could do this with the entire Earth's population would be 33 flips. Please don't do all heads. Please don't do all tails. I know there are a lot of weird folks in here, like me, who might want to test the system. But don't. Mix it up a little bit. All right, so we'll do one trial run, and then we'll go in for reals. All right, so everybody stand up. Those of you who are standing, like the tech dudes, sorry, you get to stay seated, right? Awesome. So here we go. Call it in the air. If you think it's going to be red, your hand goes up. If you think it's going to be green, hand down. Here we go. It is red. So if your hand is up, you would still be in, and you would sit down if you thought it was green. So that's how that works. Simple, right? Excellent. So that was a trial run. That's a trial run. Now we're going to do it for reals. Trust your intuition. Mix it up. And we'll whittle this down to one person. All right? Here we go. Call it in the air. It is red. If your hand is up, you are still standing. If you thought it was green, you sit down. Excellent, excellent. So now the people who are sitting down, you are my watchdogs. Make sure that if their hand is up and it's green, they actually have to sit down. All right, so you guys are my enforcers. Until we got one person left, that's the luckiest person in the room. Here we go, call it in the air. It is green, so if your hand is up, you are sitting down. If your hand was down, you are still standing up. I love it. Jay, this is your party and you're sitting on the floor. We can get you a chair, man. Do you need a chair? Got it. Excellent. All right, here we go. Call it in the air. It is red, so if your hand is down, you are sitting down. We got rid of about 2 people. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 folks still in play. Awesome. Hands down. Call it in the air. It is green, so if your hand is down, you are still in. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Awesome. It is red, so sorry, you're out. So we got 3 people left. Outstanding. Oh, hi there. Didn't see ya. All right, so here we go. Call it in the air. That is a really weird way to raise your hand, so oh, it is green, so we got 3 still in. Sorry, you're out. Where's your hand down? Yes. Excellent, so we still got the 3 of you. It is red. 2 greens, you are out. Please give it up for our luckiest person in the room. How does it feel to be lucky?
Lucky.
Yes, it does, like by definition. This is yours.
Thank you.
Would you join me up here for just a moment? So my name's Jonathan. Your name is?
Jack.
Jack. Pleasure to see you, Jack. You had no idea that you would be the luckiest person in the room today. You had no clue that this would be happening.
Nope.
You're just overjoyed and
I
overcome
am.
with emotion right now.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. I always like to ask people, have you ever flipped a coin to make up your mind about something?
Probably.
Okay. To me, that's really weird. Because, for example, like for 2 weeks, you're trying to make your mind up about something. And then finally you go, you know what, forget it. I'll just flip a coin, and whatever it says, I'll go with that. You flip the coin, and it comes up heads, and in that moment you go, I really wanted tails. That's weird. The best I can figure is when it's just in your head, it's equally abstract. But when you flip the coin, it's a physical reality, and then your non-conscious mind reacts to it as though it's real. Then you have the real emotional reaction to it. So that's why if you ever find yourself, you're like, I don't know, just flip a coin, and then commit to doing what it says, and then you'll find your real response. That's why it's a yes-no coin, all right? But I want to take this kind of even a step farther. We're going to have a lot more choices. People know when I've been in the room. I'm going to ask that you cut the cards, and then you're going to put it into your hand like this. They are slippery, they're brand new. So I'm going to ask that you cut it, and then like with your left hand, cut off some cards and put it in your right hand like mine is.
Okay.
Right? So it's your left hand, cut it. Excellent. And then put these at a weird angle. Yeah. Do you play cards at all?
Not much.
Not much? Okay. How do you feel about that cut?
I didn't feel that good about it.
No?
No.
Do you want to redo?
Yeah, let's
Okay,
redo it.
here. Because I want you to be happy. Because
Okay.
if you're not happy, I'm not happy. Now do it right this time.
All right.
Put it at weird angle. Are you happy there?
Better.
Better? You people are so hard to please. All right. Take a look. What card did you cut to?
At the top.
Yeah. Would you like to share with the class?
Yeah, sure. It's a 6 of diamonds.
Okay, the 6 of diamonds. Now, like 2 weeks ago, I thought about this moment right here. And I thought, of the people here in the room, somebody I'm going to ask them to cut the cards, and then they're going to want a mulligan, they're going to do it over again, and then what card would they cut to? I wrote it down, I put it in an envelope, I put that envelope in a second envelope. I mailed it to this building. That arrived Monday. People have been signing it every day. And I asked Jay to keep track of it. And also, there are multiple people here that have had ownership of this envelope. Every single time it's been in the room with me, I make it clear, please do not bring that anywhere close to me. I cannot touch it, because then otherwise people will think I do something tricky with it. Also, please sign it so that way you know that I wouldn't be able to swap it out for some tricky envelope later. So, Jay, to the best of your knowledge, is that the envelope that got mailed here?
Yes.
And is that your signature on there?
I didn't sign any of this, but
What?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got other folks who could verify that those are the signatures.
That's correct.
Excellent. So this is your party, so I'm going to ask that you are the judge, the arbiter, the keeper of the envelope. So if you wouldn't mind, join me up here, but please do, keep that away from me. But now is the time that we can open that envelope, and inside should be a second envelope that's signed Minderfolden. Yep, excellent. Now inside of that are actually 2 pieces of paper. I'd like you to just kind of rip that open however you want, and then take out whichever piece you like, and then open it up. And in a nice, loud voice, please read what it says for everybody here in the room and on the stream.
The card selected at random will be the 6 of diamonds.
Right?
Yeah.
That's really it. You're welcome. You're welcome. Because that is miracle level stuff. I could start a cult with this. Actually, would you put this back in the envelope?
Sure,
yeah. And give it a little shake. So on a scale of 1 to amazing, where would you say that is?
It's getting pretty close to.
Getting pretty close.
But I want to know what's on the other piece of paper.
You are like my mom. Never happy with my choices. All right, so would you give him the envelope? Excellent. So Jay, those are your cursed cards forever. Like he lucked out. He lucked out. This will balance it out. That'll balance it out. So Jay, thank you so much for your help. So Jay, everybody. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. So would you take out the other piece of paper that's in that envelope? If you get the same one, it's fine. They're both yours. You get to keep these forever. Right, so I want you to know that those are your cards, this is your envelope, and everything. Okay, so that's the 6 of diamonds, yep. And then the other one, read just the first kind of line.
White heart.
White hair and...
white hair and beard. Ponytail.
Wait. Wait.
Should I read the rest?
All right, the next line.
Volcano shirt. I never met this guy.
But wait, there's more. That line.
The line I just read was the most, I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Brown pants.
Brown pants.
White laces.
Oh my God!
That's what we call an applause cue. So, thank you so much. Thank you very much. So none of you are more impressed than him. He's going to have deep-seated issues for years. Trying to wrap his head around that. All right, so that's what I do. Everything you just saw, communication skills. That's it, really. And there's a flippant way to put this, that everything you just saw me do, a 5-year-old kid could do it with 25 years of practice. Okay? But that's it. How we communicate about urbit is very important. So I know that we're here to talk about the technical details of what it is, and then a lot of folks want to know what I'm doing to make what you just saw happen. It's actually very boring. You grow up without friends. That's what it is. So, yeah, you're like, same. So you don't talk about what it is. You help create experiences that impress people, that blow their minds. So it's about the experience that we can help people have that get them interested in how the hell does that work. So that's always what I would do with tech founders who are talking about here's what this does, here's what this does, here's this feature, and then I would always ask them, why should I care? And they're like, isn't it obvious? And I go, no, I'm an idiot. So explain it to me like I'm an idiot, and then we work backwards from there. So what can we do with urbit? Who would care? What can you do there? What kind of experiences can you have that impress people that you'll remember for the rest of your lives? You're welcome. That's what we need to do. And it's all about connection, right? Because, yeah, sure, the character is, look how good I am, look what I can do. That's interesting to a point, but it's more interesting that I can tell you about you, that I knew that where you wanted to go, right? It's not anything special I'm doing, and it's only because it's two-way connection that it works. So if you wanted to mess with that communication, you absolutely can. But it's most effective when you're in the mind of your audience, How are they seeing this? What's their perspective? What's their framework already? How can I then engineer my communication skills to fit into their context and then bring them to where I need them to be? Instead of, look where I am, look what I can do, and you're like, I don't care, right? So that's why, to me, that's the power of peer-to-peer connection. We talk about it like it's a technical thing. Oh, it's a peer-to-peer network, and that's the whole thing, is that we don't have intermediated relationships. We can have direct contact with cool people. That's the most powerful part of the whole thing, are the connections and relationships we can have because of this awesome technology. But it's not just the awesome technology, it's what it makes possible for us to be such fans about, right? So that's how I think about Urbit. So that's why I set up, Neil, I'm glad that you mentioned the dark forest, because that was one of my joke URLs. If you're in my group, you know that I have a sickness, and it's called buying URLs. I've bought darkforestinternet.com, and it's like, to make yourself known is to make yourself vulnerable until now, and then it's my sigil, right? I'm the guy behind urbitmerch.com. I'm the guy behind urbitexplained.com. I wrote the script for that video, so if you've ever shared that with people, you're welcome. But actually, Rivpill came up with the idea for that, and he was the mastermind of the whole thing. He did all the motion graphics and the audio and the sound design. He asked me to write the script. So I'm super happy with that. But I just love communicating about what Urbit is, and I'm just coming up with all sorts of weird ways to frame it. That's why I also set up escapepod.store. The internet's burning, get to safety. Yeah, that's me. Theplanet.store. That's me too, right? So I don't know how any of this stuff works. I have zero technical skills. But if you wanted to buy a t-shirt, you could go to urbitmerch.com and buy as many as you want, right? Thank you, yeah. Any questions other than, how did you do that? Because the answer is, very well, thank you. Awesome. No, I left them speechless. Yes, Jay?
Do you have a book?
Oh, Jay just asked, do I have a book? Thank you, sir. I do have a book. It's called Think Like a Mind Reader. So I've toured the world for 15 years as a professional mentalist at colleges and corporations and stuff. So I always got the same kinds of questions afterwards, like, wait, so did you go to school for psychology? And I'm like, no, I went to school for painting. What? Right? So I'm just so far outside the standard social narrative that all the same questions kept coming up. So I put them all into a 260-page book that you can buy on Amazon, but there is no digital version because the book itself has a method built into it that you can use the book as a prop to read the minds of your friends. And it works. Now, you can't do that with the digital version, and the process of learning how to pull that off, at first, it's an interesting puzzle if it works at all, right? People go, that's interesting. Huh, how'd you learn how to do that? But then the better you get at pulling it off, people will go, how did you know that? And then that is the process of becoming a better communicator. So I think about it like painting, like the fool the eye painting tradition back in the 1800s. If you want to paint something that doesn't exist as though it's perfectly real, you have to study reality perfectly, then have the technical skills to execute perfectly before a fake thing looks real. So if you want any of that to work, you've got to be a phenomenal communicator if you want your perfect lie to be indistinguishable from reality. Then you can tell the truth way more effectively than somebody who wants to be honest but is not an effective communicator. So that's why my mentor always said we're honest liars. We tell people we're going to lie to them, and then we do. Right? So that's a lot of what's built into the book. Thank you, Jay. What? It is, yeah. So my mentor is James Randi, who had a $1 million challenge to anybody who claimed to be genuinely psychic or have paranormal skills. So I helped design testing protocol for that challenge, and then I saw every way that people were trying to scam their way to the $1 million, and then I thought, I can pull these scams off better than they can. And then that's what you saw here today. Right? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. All right. Well, that is now opportunity for another question.
What is your favorite URL that you own?
What is my favorite URL that I own? icanreadminds.com. Yeah, that's a good one. It'll forward you to my personal portfolio site. So if a corporation wants to hire me, if you want to do consulting work, that'll take you there. But icanreadminds.com. Just like, oh, how is this available? It is not. That's what I did. All right. Well, Think Like a Mind Reader. Yeah, because a lot of folks know what, if I'm like, oh, I'm a professional mind reader, they don't know how that's a job, but they know what a mind reader would kind of be. But when I say I'm a mentalist, they're just like, what? So it's even more obtuse, so that's why I think like a mind reader.
Do you mind if I ask you what card I'm holding?
Oh, I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. But after the show, the mojo's done. And there's a small possibility that you're taking this way too seriously. So I don't know. Show's over, lady. I have no clue. Yeah, no idea. It's so freeing when you don't know something. Be like, I have no clue. No idea. Yep.
All right, well, let's give it up for Minden Fulton, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are going to take a quick, let's say, 3-minute break as we set up for the next speaker. So if you need to go to the bathroom, grab a drink, this is your time to go.
Thank you. Thank you. And then
Gotcha.
set that frame.
We're good.
I don't know.
So, coming up next, presentation by the luckiest man in the room. Isn't that funny how things worked out? Non-rig, no-rig, everybody.
Hi, I'm Jack Fox is my Earth name, and I'm here today to talk about the project I'm working on to create a query language specifically for urbit based on EF-COD's relational model. And I want to emphasize that this is about designing a query language, and it's in the present tense. So you all have the opportunity after this to be informed contributors to this project, and I hope that you are, because yeah, it's not good for one person to be totally in charge of it. Now, they say you should start all presentations like this with a little humor. So I went out to our AI overlords and asked the last two versions of them to give me a relational database joke. Now, the first one I find actually a little bit cute and funny. Why did the relational database break up with the NoSQL database? Because they couldn't agree about relationships. That's pretty good. The second one has no humor at all, which I don't know what the meaning of that is. Either AI is regressing, which is entirely possible, or as it progresses, our AI overlord has no sense of humor at all, which is a little scarier. So, how many of you are familiar with the allegory of Plato's cave? Most of you. Okay, so that's what we're trying to accomplish here. I think that SQL is a pale shadow of what query language really should be. So we're going to try to make the Platonic form of a query language here. And that's the goal. So the brief overview is, we're going to fully implement EF-COD's model, unlike what SQL does. And if you know anything about SQL, you know that it is deficient in several regards. Make it a little more composable than SQL. SQL has got problems with composability as well. And we're also going to make it time traveling. If you've heard of the concept of a time traveling this or that or the other thing, a time traveling database merely means that we're able to query the database at any particular time, its state at a particular time, the schema of the database, as well as the data in the database. So I'm going to take you through a scenario that is more or less kind of like a real world scenario. And we'll take a few tangents. You don't have to follow it all entirely. I just hope you get the major concepts out of it. So I assert that things that are based on theory are more powerful than things that are merely based on convention. So in the case of query language, we have the relational model to work off of. And it, in turn, derives from set theory, where it takes the concept of finite sets and operators on finite sets that you can do stuff with. as well as first order predicate calculus, which sounds really important because we have at least 2 $5 words in there, as well as prefixing it with first, which makes it sound really important. All you need to take from that is we can take a set of conditionals that have operators applied to them, and it all condenses down into one Boolean true or false statement. There's also the idea of relations, which are I'm going to describe as table sets. The literature has technical terms for them. And we're also going to throw in a bit of type theory there, and there's already some type theory in SQL, but we're going to take it a little bit further. So here's the first thing to fix in SQL. Get rid of nulls, okay? So it's easy enough to just say, okay, we're not going to allow you to define tables with nulls, but there are some other instances in performing queries where with SQL you end up with nulls. We are going to completely eliminate nulls. So the fundamentals, the basics of this whole thing, I'm going to be a little fast and loose with the terminology here because I don't want to hit you over the head with what the terminology is in the literature necessarily. But just think of what we're dealing with here are 2D matrices of rows and columns. And in our case, we're going to allow what I'm calling jagged rows, which don't exist in SQL. And I will explain later on how we can use jagged rows in a type theoretic manner. So hold on to that thought for the time being. They're also called a relation in the relational algebra, but like I said, let's not get hung up on the technical jargon. And rows themselves in this situation, they form a set, okay? Columns over the rows, they also form a set, and the columns have labels. Not all row sets, which is what I'm calling them now, are tables. I'm going to refer to tables as a very specific thing. In the literature, they're called base tables, okay? But I'm just going to call them tables. So the last thing I want to point out is that a table in really any kind of query language is going to end up with some sort of canonical ordering, but they're really sets. And remember, sets are not ordered, but we have a canonical ordering kind of for convenience. And we'll see how that plays out a little later. So talk about tables and keys. My first bullet point here, a key is a subset of table columns over rows with the same number of elements, or rows as the parent. Sounds very complicated, and that is not a definition, okay? That is merely a property of keys in relation to the data that they are keying. But if you think about it, we're taking this thing that exists of columns, right? And we're looking for preferably a smaller subset where if you reduce that subset of rows, you can't reduce it, okay? So this sets us up for a one-to-one correspondence between keys and rows, which is what we want to achieve for indexing over our tables and our table sets and our sets of data. And because we love Occam's razor, we want it to be the smallest one possible. Now, if your key exists only of columns that are already in your set, that is called a natural key. The alternative to this is making up fake data and using that as a key. That is called an artificial key. Unfortunately, from my experience in the real world, probably 95% of the databases out in the wild use artificial keys. Now, it's a whole nother talk about why natural keys are better. I'm not going to go into that. I'm just going to let that assertion hang and kind of take my word for it. Whoop, what happened? Oh, there we go. So always prefer the natural keys, not artificial keys. And a table now is a row set with a rule-enforced key. So any data that goes into this table has got to follow the rules of the key that we set up in order for it to add a unique row. Otherwise, it's just a duplicate of what exists there, and it gets compressed back down because we're dealing with sets, not with collections. And the table, or base table in the literature, is the only form of persistent data in the entire system. Okay? Everything else is ephemeral. They're transformations of the data, which is the whole point of having a query language. Okay, so here's a table. It exists of the columns name and location, and it's a table of conferences. Might look a little familiar to you. So anybody want to tell me what the natural key on this table should be?
Name, comma, location.
Name, location. Why?
Because that's what the data is there. It's the only combination that distinguishes between events and future events.
Good point. Because if we looked at this naively and we just took into account the data that's already there, we could say, well, location is the natural key. It's actually smaller, right, than name and location. But we need to take into account what is the rule that's going to enforce how we want this table to look and function. So let's move on and develop some more data tables in this system that will be useful for us. So let's collect the attendees for our conferences. So we're going to index them by the conference name and the location, as well as the attendee. Now, here's a question for you. What is the natural key of a person? Now, I told you that a natural key involves the data that's already available, but let's say you could use any data that you wanted to describe a person, to index a person. What would it be? You looked ahead. No, this is actually a trick question, because there are some entities out there in the real world for which the key that we make up is going to be a compromise. Okay? There is no natural key for humans. You might say, oh, well, how about biometrics? Well, yeah, those have their own problems, but things like name, social security number, all these things are potentially ephemeral. They can, so there is no one-to-one correspondence between some key that we can put it in a database and a person. So yes, we use PAT-P in our case as the compromise that we're talking about. Now, in URQL, unlike in SQL, we're going to require that every table has a primary key. So this is, in my mind, another of the pretty big deficiencies of the SQL databases is, and it has to do with the fact that they don't really enforce sets. So they've already deviated from EFCOD's brilliant vision of relational databases by not enforcing sets. And one of the ways they do that is not enforcing primary keys. But we're going to enforce primary keys. Now, the second thing you see down here is what's called a foreign key. And this is a way of enforcing a relationship between two different tables. It's not necessary in order to make a relationship between two tables, but it is useful and it enforces the relationship. So this is called referential integrity in the relational database literature, and that is a good name because it enforces the integrity of the relationships between your data. So from there, we can start forming relationships. And in this case, we're going to form a relationship between the conferences table and the conference attendees table. This doesn't give us any earth-shattering information we didn't already have in the conference attendees table, but it's a demo, okay? So we want to keep it simple and understandable. And by the way, join is the only proper relationship between tables in a relational database. Anybody want to disagree? Okay. That's very good because we're going to see in a minute another kind of a relationship, and I'm going to show you that it's not actually what it appears to be on the surface. So here we have the results of our relationship, and my question to you is this a table? A table the way I've been using it? And the answer is no. Yes, it's a row set of a relationship, but it's not persisted, okay? So this is an ephemeral table set or row set that we created from the pre-existing state of the database.
Is the fact that it's not persisted, is that what makes it not a table?
Yes, yes.
Jack, can you repeat the question for the people online?
Repeat.
I was saying, what makes it not a table?
What makes it not a table is that this is a relationship that we created on the fly in order to observe it. So looking at it is that an effect? I guess it kind of is. But it's not, this particular thing actually exists as the conference attendees table already, but the way I defined it, selecting the first column from the first table, the second column from the first table, and the third column from the second table is, if this were more interesting data, it would look it would be more interesting, but it is not persisted in this form. It's persisted in the primitives that we constructed this out of, however. Another thing to point out is that in RQL, we start out with the from clause instead of the select clause. Reason being, it reinforces to users of the language that you first need to decide where the primitive parts are that you're getting this data from. Then you can use the on clause to determine what the relationship between the various primitives of data are. And finally, then you select the columns that you're interested in. And by selecting the columns, you've now committed to an order of the column set. But remember, the columns really are a set, so they have no order all by themselves. Uh-oh. Those crazy people at Tacen, they scheduled another conference, and guess where they had it? In Cheyenne. Yeah, why is this a problem?
Two keys. Matching keys.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's essentially you're on the right track. The problem is we just created this new table of attendees, and now we won't be able to tell who was at which Tacen conference anymore. So yeah, we're kind of messed up. But fortunately, our friends over at the Zod Galaxy have an implementation where they have granted us read permission on their conference event table. And they've given us a few pieces of information about that. They've given us the name of the database, the name of the table, and the name of the columns. And it's kind of intuitive what that all means because they use meaningful names. Anyone ever heard of doing that in urbit? So we're going to take a stab at creating a new table of our own. And here's how we're going to define it. We're going to call it the conference events table. It's got those 4 columns in it, the name of the event, the location, and the start and the end dates. So what are we going to use as the primary key on this? If anybody wants to shout out the answer. And the second part of that question is there only one candidate key? Is there potential to have alternate keys? Everybody's full of lunch, so it's too sleepy to respond. Okay, we're also going to put a foreign key on this back to our conferences table to keep everything in sync so that we don't add new events that don't already exist in our conference table. So let's think about the primary key here. What are we going to do? Well, it turns out we're going to use the conference name and the start date as the index on our conference events table. And we're going to write a script here where we're going to, in our database, define the new table. We're then going to write a statement to select that data from Zod's database and populate our new table. Then we're going to run a couple of queries to count the number of conferences in both those tables and then compare them. Now, a little note on the syntax here. We're commenting out the foreign key for reasons. But just want to point out that in the language you can comment things. We're selecting everything that's in Zod's table on faith. And this is where the canonical ordering of the columns comes into play. So we're gambling that Zod's canonical order is the same order that we defined our columns in, because otherwise this script will fail if the data that we're selecting doesn't have the columns ordered in the same way that we define them. So all makes sense. And then we have the results of what we did here. So the first statement gave us a system time because we're creating a new table, so we've updated the schema of our system, of our database. The second command that we ran off here updated data. So we've now updated the data. And these two dates are crucial if we're going to do time traveling, which we'll talk a little bit more about. And you notice that the times are the same, and that's because scripts are atomic, meaning that the whole script either works or the whole script fails. So both the system time and the data time are the same. And then we've got a count of the conference names from the conference events table that we just populated, and a count from the conferences table, and holy cow, they are not the same. Uh-oh. Looks like we might have a problem here, or we might not. So let's research this situation and figure out why it is. So let's do a new thing here, which is we created a relationship with a join. Now we've got something called a left join here. So I'm going to get back to that, and I'm going to tell you right now, this spoiler alert, that that is not everything that it appears to be. So it appears that that set up a relationship. Yes, it did, but it also did the inverse of a relationship. And in the data that we got back, we see that we do indeed have another event name there. So the Eskimo Pat P in Ukivik. Anybody been there? No, it's better known as Barrow, Alaska. So, and the date was last December, on the 14th of December. So it's pretty dark in Barrow there. And it turns out our friend Nanook up there, even though he had a great conference organized, he didn't publicize it very well and no one showed up. So now we've got what I called the jagged result, which is we do have one row in our set here that's got one less column than all the other rows. Okay, so we're going to talk about that in a minute, but first we're going to talk about what this funny left join is up there. What is that really? It's actually not it's not part of the relational algebra. It's a macro, what programmers like to call macro. It's actually it's a much more complex query. So it's actually a union of a join and a data set that is everything that wasn't in the join. Okay? So purists would say, well, since this isn't part of the relational model to begin with, we shouldn't have this in URQL. And that's one of the things you can give me some feedback on. Should we condense URQL into the smallest perfect diamond of relational algebra that we possibly can, or should we include things like these outer join macros? That's something for you to think about. But we're also going to illustrate some more syntax here, which is the with clause. And a with clause is a way of having another query, another from and select that can be reused in other parts of the statement that we're creating. So in this case, we're doing something that you can't do in SQL because SQL does it in a way that I don't approve of, which is in SQL, you would need to embed this whole with clause as a inline subquery in the predicate of the last part where we've got the union down there. But in URQL, you can assign an alias to this, and which ends up producing a list of elements that our predicate is looking for. So in this case, it's the names that are not in the this query that we had of conference events and attendees. So that's what is called an outer join. So here's the bigger picture of relationships. At the top, we've got what the syntax is called a cross join, and what that does is create a Cartesian product of everything that's on the left-hand side of, or the left-hand side set and the right-hand side set. Okay, and when you combine them, you know what a Cartesian product does. It grows very quickly, and I can count probably on one finger the times I've ever done that in my entire career and actually needed to use it. A join, which is the proper relationship that I was talking about, is actually some kind of subset of the Cartesian product. Okay, and it doesn't have to be on equality, so you can use inequalities in defining your join also. Everything else is a macro like I was talking about. So there's left joins, which include the not included from the left-hand set, and there's right joins, which are the opposite, and then there's outers, which are both of them. Okay, the other little tricky thing that I showed you there was the jagged result, where we had one row that was missing a column that all the other rows had. So this is where we implement a little more type theory, and this is called either a union or a sum type in the literature. And what that means is we have a type that can be only one of a set of singleton types on their own. So we're given the first kind of type, which is a pat T, a pat T, a pat DA, and a pat P. Those four kinds of columns. And by the way, the kind of column itself is also a type. And then we have the one that's the shorter version. It's only got the three types in it. So every row is going to be either the first type or the second type. And that's what a sum type is all about. And that's how we completely eliminate nulls from the syntax of URQL. So let's get back to our story. We're going to do a little dance here. It's kind of a minuet. Actually, we're performing open heart surgery on our database schema. So this is typical DBA work. I don't expect you to follow this completely. In fact, I'm going to go kind of fast. So just take away from this the bigger view that if your data model is not working out for you, or actually model is not the right word, schema is not working out for you, you can change it. So this is where a relational database really has an advantage over bespoke data stores. Okay? You don't have to go back and recode everything. You can write a script that will fix it for you. So what we're going to do, first of all, our conferences table, which was our original table, is now going to be kind of obsoleted. And in fact, what I didn't include here was we should drop it. But we're now going to create a view over the conference events table, which is going to replace our original conferences table. So we don't need to maintain it. It will be automatically be maintained as we update the conference events table. So that's what the first thing is doing. Then we're going to do an alter table on the conference attendees. we need to add a start date so that we can match up attendees completely with the conference they belong to. Then we're going to have to populate the attendees, this new column in the attendees table, and we do that by means of selecting data from the conference events where the start date was before today's conference because we don't have the data for that yet, and also it wouldn't work out. So that's what we're doing there. We're going to also then change the primary key on our conference attendees table. We need to add a column to that. We're going to alter that table. We're going to now implement our foreign key, and that's why we had that commented out before. So like I said, don't need to understand exactly everything that went on here. Just know that your data schema is actually mutable, okay? You can update the structure, not the definition of the structure of your database. Okay, so somehow I made it through my entire career not knowing the difference between a command and a statement. So if anybody wants to call me out on this, this slide is incorrect. I call things that everybody else calls statements commands. I don't know, it's just what I do. So we've already seen select and select into. There's also something called merge, which is another macro. It's actually just selecting from two sets and then applying inserts, deletes, and updates to them. The thing I like about it is that it reads very concisely like a spec, which I think is really cool. The thing that's not good about it, which has been pointed out to me, is apparently there have been papers written on why merge is bad, and the bad thing about it is that users don't understand it, and they actually end up messing up their databases. So there is a point to be made that this is not a good idea to include in URQL for that very reason. So another thing that after this presentation, you will all be informed and you can have informed opinions about it. So on top of the sets are set operators. And it's interesting to think about set operators in terms of their analog to arithmetic, which I find very nice. So the join that we talked about is actually multiplication. Oh, and in this format, they didn't line up too well, did they? Sorry. So a join, which we've seen, is the equivalent of multiplication because we'll actually potentially multiply. Well, not potentially, we will multiply, but sometimes the multiplication is 1 times 1, which ends up with 1. But we will multiply the number of rows that we get back relative to the number of rows that we started in our primitive tables. Addition is union, which we've also seen. There's also subtraction, which you can do in 2 different ways, as either an intersection, okay, set, think of sets again, or except. And there's also this cute little thing called division, which E.F. Codd came up with. I'm pretty sure he was the one who originated it. I can't explain it to you because I have to read the definition of division all by in order to understand it well myself. But I will tell you this, it is actually useful in some cases. And to best of my knowledge, no SQL implementation implements division as a operator, but we're going to do that in URQL because we want to be complete. And because, like I said, it is actually useful. It's not just an artifact. Okay, let's put it all together, and I'm also going to talk about where I may have gone a bridge too far in all of this. So we can, you've seen the with clause, which is a way of aliasing essentially subqueries so that we can plug them into our other query statements in meaningful ways and make it more composable. And we've seen the set operators, okay? I also had this great idea that after looking at merge and how much I fell in love with it because it looked so much like a specification that is really neat. Well, why don't we use merge for more than just merging into a base table, which is all you can do in normal SQL? Why don't we also use it as something that we can create intermediary sets that then we'll apply more operators to? And the way to do that was we would have to have a pass-through operation. So the pass-through would go in the same place as the set operators, but instead of performing a set operation, all they would do is pass on the set to the next step. Is that a good idea? Is that not a good idea? You tell me. But we could have a couple different kinds of pass-throughs. So one of which would be a T. Think of a T in plumbing. Okay? So you might be interested in looking at the results of this intermediary step, not just the final result. So a T would let you do that. A multi, that would be a T where it would separate any union or summation type into its individual singleton types for different outputs. But this is how we do a transform. This is the bigger picture of everything you could do. And then at the bottom, as of time. So that's where it becomes time traveling. So the default is you're querying against the current state of the schema of the database and the current state of the data in the database. But we could ask it, how would this look last week? How would this look last year? Any time like that. Auditing. So there's a whole set of views on the data schema for your database, which some of them end up making things completely auditable. So this particular view, the SIS databases, will let you see the state of your database over time. So I talked about the system timestamp and the data timestamp, and also which agent made that change to your database. So let's review here. Sets are typed rows. It's structurally transparent. We've got views over the whole thing, so we can tell you how the database is specifically designed. It's also structurally mutable, which we went through a little demonstration of. It does take some planning to do a mutation to your schema, but it's totally doable. Composable, that's something we like, and maybe I've gone too far in the composability of this. Time traveling, which has the interesting property of now our database is idempotent. For anyone who hasn't heard that term before, it means you ask the same question, you get the same answer every time, guaranteed. So that's one thing time traveling does for you. Logging makes it fully auditable, and there's a permission system that we got a brief glimpse of. Then for some closing thoughts, namespaces is a thing that I didn't even touch on yet. It's very useful for administering your database. Won't go into that too much. Next steps are things like scalar functions. So by a scalar function, I mean you take what's in one row and you create one single atomic output from that. An aggregation function kind of works in the other axis, so it aggregates over a column. Okay. Windowing functions, now we take subsets of rows that aren't just single rows and apply functions on those. Pivot sets, I'm a little bit now ambivalent on this. Pivot sets, in other words, you're taking your table-like output and putting it on its side, essentially. This is primarily useful for display purposes, okay? Whether or not it has a real use other than display, if it's just useful for display, we're really not interested in it, but it's on the table. If you have an informed opinion, let me know. Triggers. So we can also define any kind of effect you want, pretty much, for whatever it is you do. You insert some data, or even if you query from data from a particular row, maybe you could trigger an effect to send off a message. Okay, that's one of the things you can do. Stored procedures. So we already got a glimpse of scripts, which are multiple, what I like to call commands, and everybody else calls statements. Except this time it's with, they're parameterized, so parameterized scripts with effects. And then lastly, it's something else we can implement is, well, how about arbitrary noun columns? And I think this can be done with jamming nouns. So it's not built in now, but I think it could very well be useful. So that's about it. If you want to join the discussion, I have a group up on groups. So the database engine itself is called Obelisk. URQL is merely the scripting language over the database, but the scripting language pretty much defines the whole functionality of it. I was influenced by the third manifesto by Darwin and Date, and they really get into the typing of database results. I didn't actually get the idea from them, but I read their book, and it's, they do a really good job of presenting that. There's also the SQL standard, which if you get the recent one, and I think there have been 2 published since 2016, it cost like $200 or $300. So somehow I found the 2016 standard PDF out there. I don't remember where I found it. And then any of the major SQL implementations will be very similar to them, except better, right? For all the reasons that I've outlined. So that's it. If you have any questions, yeah, go to pass around the mic.
Thank you. So at work, so we are in the process of implementing all of our stuff into, and we use Postgres, and we're trying to turn it into a bitemporal database. What ended up happening is we had to have a working set that is indexable and easily searchable, and then the historical set that is append only. What is your take on, was the time traveling something that was envisioned early on when relational database theory was formulated, or is it something that was tacked on at the later end? And I'm not very well versed in the history of it, so if you would please.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the history. I do know that Mr. Hickey, I forget his first name, who's also the inventor of Clojure, invented a time-traveling database, whose name escapes me right at the moment. That's actually what influenced me. I don't believe this was envisioned by COD or Date. And in fact, so on the way here, I stayed with a friend of mine who I consider an actual SQL expert. And he basically ripped my presentation up one side and down the other. And he hated the idea of time traveling. He also hates the idea of outer joins. He said, get rid of them. You know, I said, but look how much more query language you need to write. You know, I kept telling him, this is a macro. And he says, this is not a programming language. This is a query language. Macros have no place in it. You know? So when you come up with your opinions, that's something to think about.
I can certainly say that. Good. Okay. I can certainly say that time travel and bitemporal database is very important in financial data tracking. So like, this is great stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, and so I have an editorial opinion. I thank you for that comment, and I agree that I think time traveling is important. He says, well, it's not in the relational model. Well, there are some things in the relational model. Yeah, they're not in the relational model, but they're still useful. So time traveling is one, ordering is another. So you may have noticed that some of the queries had an ordering on them. That's not part of set theory. Sets are not ordered, okay? But ordering is useful, and there are some other useful things about ordering. So things like time traveling, ordering, potentially, these keywords that are actually macros and not primitives, So these are all things to think about in designing this query language. Well, since the microphone's over here for now.
Okay, so my question, as you've been building URQL, have you been thinking about how it will interact with an ORM in the future?
Not in the least. I never, I've dealt with ORMs in my experience, and I never found them. I never found them good. But for kind of a long explanation there. You're putting a new face on something that already exists, and you're adding complexity. Why don't you just learn how to use the query language?
Thank you.
So as you're building this like low-level sort of system to be quite perfect, right? Do you have any do you find yourself, what end user apps do you find yourself sort of looking ahead to and saying like, oh, this will really improve that? Does anything come to mind?
Yes.
Yeah?
And the answer is everything.
What's the top of the stack?
Everything. There is no top of the stack. So, and the reason being that if everyone used Obelisk or Obelisk-compatible database engine as their data store, then all data across all apps would be composable. Okay? So why not make all data across all apps composable? As long as any app has a bespoke data store, you're not going to be able to compose the data from that app with any other app's data.
How do you store all this in Hoon?
How
do you store all of this in Hoon? Like, what's the data type for a table?
That's a good question. So right now, there are two forms, and there's only two forms for experimental purposes. I think one of them is going to win out. So one is map, either map or ordered map, and the other is just a list. So that's what it is for now. I probably could benefit from someone with your experience to suggest other alternatives. But the reason I'm doing it both ways is to experiment with it as I develop the rest. But I suspect that list is going to drop out.
Well, yeah, I mean, ordered map has the right asymptotics, I think, right? Because you can do a log n range query, which I think you need to be able to do.
Yes. Also lets you implement partial indices, which I think is a very valuable. There's so much that I only scratched the surface. There's so much else in a query language like SQL, and one of them is partial indexing, which means that you define an index, say it's over 3 columns, but you're only asking it the question over the first 2 of those columns. So that's partial indexing, and ordered maps. Like when I started diving into map and ordered map, and I thought, oh, this solves so many problems. It's like, Hoon was built to implement this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Have you thought at all about the migration and versioning story for databases like this?
Yeah, I thought it's a little scary. So that's one of the reasons I want to get the version pretty right at the beginning, because the thought of having to write a migration from one version to another that will work for everybody is a little daunting. So yeah, so like Ted asked, what's the format of the data store? How's the data actually stored? It's pretty important to try to get that right the first time, so that you don't need to change it. So yeah, it's not a very satisfying answer, but I suppose, but that's the answer. Try to get it right.
Related to that, what Kelvin does it start at?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that question. Thank you. And Neil was not a plant, by the way. I actually meant to drop that little gem there. I think this should be Kelvin versioned, because the whole idea is to get it to the point where it's perfect, or as close as humanly possible to perfect, because we're trying to achieve the Platonic form of a query language, right? So I don't know, probably 100, maybe. I'll have to get some feedback from the folks who've really been dealing with Kelvin versioning to get some advice on that. But yeah, I think it should be Kelvin versioned. Okay, well, thank you.
All right, Jack Fox, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, so who's interested in learning how to manually automate your urbit? Woo! Well, then you're gonna want to stick around. It's gonna be a great presentation. Paul Fun, false lap, 5 minutes. We're gonna set up and then we'll start a live demo. Thank you guys. We're gonna get you mic. Okay,
Mic check.
welcome
1, 2,
back
3.
everybody. Welcome back. We are on the last stretch of the day, so thank you all for your undivided attention. I know that you've all been very excited to learn how to manually automate your urbit, because I know I am. So with that, Paul Fun, full flow. Yes, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for coming. This is only like halfway through the first day, and it's already lived up to the hype from what I heard about last year. So it's been great being here with you all. I want to talk today, and I should actually take this off, the Tacen hat, because this isn't really a Tacen project. This is something I've been working on in my spare time for PalDev on and off for quite some time now. And I want to show you all like what it is about. I can't really like show you a product and be like, oh, we're launching today, because it's not. It's complicated. You'll see. So it's been a slow burn project, and I want to talk about it. But before we do, I want to talk about something like more grounded in the absolute state of urbit, which is composability. We talk about this a lot in our marketing materials, where it's like, oh, if you have apps on urbit, like they compose together so easily. If you're a developer, you can add integrations with all these other things trivially, and well, it's honestly not all it's cracked up to be. I wouldn't go as far as calling it a farce, but there's still a lot of work to be done there. If we look at the developer-facing side of this, yes, you can compose with other applications. You can get data out of them. You can send them commands. But it's all kind of ad hoc in a way. If I want to send a command to your application, there's no way for me to know dynamically what commands you support, what version you're on. If I want to read data, well, subscriptions aren't discoverable. The Scry interface has affordances for it, but you kind of depend on the developer of that application implementing part of that discovery functionality for you, and so in practice it just doesn't exist, right? What this means is that while yes, we have composability, but it's not dynamic composability. It's always manual, it's always ad hoc. You have to pull up either the documentation if you're fortunate, or the source code if you're less so, to see what affordances other applications provide and how you can hook that into your own software. And as far as user-facing composability goes, it just straight up doesn't exist. Like, there's no such thing. All of the same problems that we have with developer-facing composability, of course, bubble up. And even if we had solved for all of those, you have to answer the question of legibility. If an application says, yes, you can poke this with the chat update mark, user doesn't know what that is, what that contains. What data do I put in there? What are the constraints here? And what exactly is the behavior that's going to come out of that when I try issuing that? So this project has been, in some sense, about solving for all of these things. And not in a grand, like, oh, I have a new vision for how user space is going to work kind of way. No. The PalDev school of app development has always been very much about making do with what we have right now, rather than expecting that something will get built and then complaining to the Gore developers when they take too long. So you already saw some of this in the title slide, like automating your urbit. There's a very natural shape that this takes. Can I get a show of hands of who here knows what if this and that is? And have you all used it? Yes? Okay, that's a good amount of people, actually. For the few of you who don't know, if this then that was, or still is, I suppose, a Web 2.0 service where you can create an account with them and then connect your account from other services to your account with them. Their promise is that they say, oh, all of these other services expose APIs, and so we can do programmatic interaction with those for you. we deal with the complicated API wrestling so you don't have to. You just come to us and say, hey, keep an eye on the technology subreddit. And if there is a post with urbit in the title, then send me an email. Or maybe tweet it out through my Twitter account. Of course, with the general decline of Web 2.0 and the whole open API world, all of this has very much declined. If this then that themselves now have a freemium model, where if you want more than 2 such automations, you have to pay them a monthly fee, and I don't think they're doing too well with that. But that doesn't actually matter, because if this then that, but on urbit, is a much more compelling promise than they themselves could ever make, right? So that's the general setup of what I've been trying to build. And trying really is the key word there. I've done a number of prototypes on this at this point. The first prototype was way too ambitious, tried to do it all, and focused on the wrong things in doing so. There were some cool ideas there, but in the end, it never actually even worked. I had to scrap it completely. The second prototype dramatically reduced the scope, said, okay, here's a very limited set of functionality that we're going to support, and that at least works. That's a scope you can implement and test out. And so that is what I want to be showing you guys today as a little demo to at least give a sense of what using this on urbit could look like. So we have some very big apps here on the left. This is Zod on the left. We have its terminal output here. On the right, we have fun. We'll get to that in a little bit. So in this little app here called Auto, we want to make an automation flow that says when someone adds me as a pal, I want to add them as a pal also. Because a friend of me is a friend of me. We're all mutuals here, right? So let's start. We'll make a new flow. And when we create a new flow, we first have to choose a trigger for this flow, the thing that's going to decide when this thing will run its logic. So we have a couple options built in here. We could run it periodically. In this case, we want to look for incoming pals. We select it and get a little description that watch for incoming pals means that this triggers whenever you get added or removed by someone. We proceed. OK, we can filter the trigger output. We'll talk about what exactly this means in more detail later. But for now, we want to say that we extract the ship from the pals change. And this actually gives us some options. We can specify what kind of change we want to take the ship from. In the case of someone adding us as a pal, we want to add them back only if they add us. If they remove us and we weren't already pals, then we leave that be. We proceed. And lastly, we get to actions that we want to trigger when this runs. Get the dropdown again, and we can say add a pal. Adds the given ship as a pal. Takes no inputs. Easy as. Let's say we also add another one, just for verbosity, where we say we also want to print output to the terminal when this happens, so that we can get a little visual notification. New friend. We save this. Finally, give this flow, automation flow, a name. That's still caps, but it's fine. We save this, and we go back to the overview of the list of automations that we have. Now, this says last run never, because nobody's ever added Zod as a pal, surely. But let's now do this from fun. We say Zod, at them, and right away here in the terminal, we see new friend, fun. On fun's end, when it first submitted the request, Zod hadn't received it yet. But if we now refresh this page, we can see that it immediately became a mutual. Likewise here, if we refresh this, we can keep track of the last run of this trigger, which was 15 seconds ago. that concludes the demonstration. Okay, so that's where this is at. It's somewhat limited. We'll see exactly how, but I think it's an interesting case study for what we can learn from how this was built for doing automation on urbit. And so let's dive a little bit more into the structure of the flow that we saw just now. Every automation flow is made up of 3 main parts. We always start with a single trigger. Some data comes out of that. We call that a fact. That goes through any number of transformers. And lastly, the data we end up with triggers any number of actions. Let's start by looking at triggers. Here we have the type definition for triggers. And we have just 3 very, very basic affordances here. This is also good areas when you're prototyping to reduce the scope. Like maybe, you want to keep an eye on your state of network traffic or your file system. It's like, no. Just do the simple things first. So that's what I did. You can kick it as a user to manually give it input and tell it, hey, please run this automation flow. You can put it on a timer, say it needs to fire at a specific date time, and maybe repeat once every day. Lastly, and most expansively, you can say, I want this thing to trigger whenever this user space subscription gives me a new update. This is what we used for the PALS example just now. So the data that comes out of that is somewhat constrained. You see here that just like we had kick, time, and peer triggers, we can get kick, time, and peer output from those same triggers. For subscriptions, we can also quit, like the subscription may be rejected when we open it. Let's not worry about that for now. The last option here is interesting, the one called cache. It says scripted values. This is important because it gives us a data format that we can make legible and present to the user. A cache is just a list of dimes, naturally, where a dime is atoms marked with their auras. So we say we have individual pieces of data, and we know this one is a date, this one is a ship name, this one is a piece of text. We can show that to the user, no problem. The user knows what a date is. The user knows what text is. They can handle that. Crucially, we also define something called a bill. This lets us specify the different shapes of in and outputs, the different shapes of facts that any given component, any transformer or action accepts as input or produces as output. This is important because it lets the user interface say, oh, you have this whole list of potential actions installed on your ship, but the data we're dealing right now is just a ship name. That's not going to make sense to put into something that increments a number, right? But it is going to make sense to put into an action that says add this ship as a PAL. We'll see how this comes into play with transformers. But first, we got to talk about marks. Because the obvious interjection here is, it's data on urbit, like just use marks, mark data, it's great. Okay, I get it, I appreciate it, but also marks are kind of fake and they're not legible. I say they're kind of fake because, especially in this case, the data is not actually going over the network. It's staying on our local ship. We never need to run validation on it. So that's one of the use cases for marks that doesn't even apply here. Secondly, marks are often too broad or too narrow. If I subscribe to chat and someone posts a new message, okay, I'm going to receive the chat message on the subscription endpoint. But is that going to come in with the chat message mark or with a mark that says chat update? And I'm going to have to figure out if it's actually a chat message or not. And even then, what does it mean to be a chat message? What exactly is in that? You might have more narrow marks like, oh, this is a ship or this is an atom. But that still doesn't account for cases where I might want to deal with both the author and body of a message, but nothing else. That's just two atoms, right? But if I want that or the combination in reverse, or maybe the timestamp is in there somewhere, suddenly I have to have 50 different marks to deal with various parts of chat messages. And so then you end up with very ad hoc, poorly documented, probably weirdly named marks for which it isn't clear like which ones, how they transform into each other. The point about legibility is also very important. We care about how we can present this to the user so that the user can reason about it themselves. The thing we do when we say, oh, this is just a list of atoms with their auras, is we always know we can make it legible to the user. Again, the user knows what a date is. The user knows what a ship name is. OK, that out of the way, let's look at transformers. Where triggers were always static, there's just three options you could pick from. Transformers are more dynamic. They always have a function inside of them that takes one piece of data that comes out of a trigger or a previous transformer, and it spits out a new piece of data. So maybe we have one that increments a number. Crucially, the transformers come with bills to specify what shapes of input they support and what shapes of output they might give. So for incrementing a number, naturally that takes a single atom, pad UD, spits out another atom, pad UD. For the PALS example we saw earlier, we had a transformer that took the subscription update and said, OK, we'll take this thing and unpack it for you to turn it into a ship name. We'll turn it into something the user can actually reason about. Lastly, we end up at actions. Actions are a combination of static and dynamic. Obviously, it's legitimate to do nothing. Obviously, it's legitimate to do multiple things at once. The real power starts when you say, OK, we're going to poke other applications on your ship with some cage that we've constructed. We might display the output in the terminal also, or an automation flow might decide to disable itself under certain conditions. The last one here, take, is where you get the dynamicity again. Here, too, we specify what inputs we support, and then have a function that turns those inputs into an action to run. For the PALS example, this says we take a ship, and we'll construct the poke that goes to the PALS agent so that it can actually trigger the desired behavior for you. Now, that's the overall structure of these automation flows. And some things immediately, obviously fall out of this. It's very linear. It's very restrictive. And it all happens in one event. There's no asynchronous processing. We're going to talk more about why that is limiting and what I want to do about it in a little bit, but I wanted to point it out right here while it's still fresh in your minds. The other question we haven't actually answered yet is, where do these things come from? We saw we had a little drop-down in the UI earlier with some options. And printing to the terminal is a built-in functionality, but adding PALS certainly isn't. So where do we get that from? We get that from something we call a yard file. Here's the type definition for that. A yard file, no relation to Neil Davis's proposal. A yard file lives at a specific path on each desk that you have installed. And it contains simply a map of parts, where a part might be a trigger, or a transformer, or an action. These always come with names and descriptions, again, so that we can tell the user what this does. We can give them instructions about, use it in this context, this behavior will trigger, etc. And sometimes they come pre-built, there's nothing to change about them. So for make there, that's the easy case. It's completely static. It might also be variable, though. like we saw, the one that extracts a PAL from a PAL's update took a little piece of configuration that said, do you want to get the ship out if they added you, or if they removed you, or for both cases? In that case, the configuration too is tightly specified in a way that we can make legible to the user. The vars here is very similar to the build that we saw earlier, where it's just an aura of an atom and a name and a description again. So if we want to flag, we can simply give the user a checkbox in the UI. If they want a date picker. An interesting side effect of making these things configurable while still wanting to figure out which things can slot together is that we have to run the verification of like, oh, does it make sense to increment a number with this input, for example. We have to run that both before and after we apply the user's configuration, because the arguments that the user supplies might change the behavior of the thing. It's a little wart on the system already. It's clearly not entirely baked. Just as a real quick example, this is what a very simple yard file would look like. Here we have one trigger where we say, oh, we're going to subscribe to PALs to listen to updates about incoming PALs. And then we have a single action that says add PAL, notably takes a cache that I didn't update properly for this example. It should say their cache send P without the TA, take just a ship name, and then here's a function that ingests that ship name and creates the poke pals command for adding them as a PAL. Now, okay, this one's a little bit more of a stretch, but there is another interjection here. What about generators? Because at least for actions, in some sense, generators fulfill the same role. They're a file at a specific location that specifies what you can do to, or like a command for interacting with the application whose desk it belongs to, or whose folder it belongs to. Here again, we return to the legibility argument, where technically we could get the type of the generator's arguments out of its gate, but how do we show that to the user? How do we make them reason about that? How do we make that legible? And if you're lucky, the first line of the generator has a little comment that describes what it does and what behavior it triggers, but often you're not quite so fortunate. We do share an interesting property with generators, though, in that both generators and the yard file can potentially be used by other applications. So I'm gonna put this thing back on real quick, because at Tlon, we've been talking for a little while about integrating more things into groups. Specifically, making groups such that, like by default, without any further work on our end, it lets you interact with other applications. It's not difficult to see if you're like, oh, we're in a very inline context, right? Like chatbots, maybe you have little inline modals for that. It's not difficult to think of slash commands and say, oh, if I do slash desk, that's then going to search that desk for a yard file where actions might be present. And then it's slash desk, the name of the action, and it has a little autocomplete or a pop-up to help me fill out the arguments for that action. Okay, so all of that said, this is still very much a prototype. This is not production ready. It's difficult to work with. It's very limiting. It's not great. I have a couple of ideas for how to improve this, but unfortunately, that means that the scope must creep. The first one, which I think is very important for many different use cases, is that flows need to be able to store state. a fun example I came up with recently is that if I'm hosting a chat, I don't want people cursing all the time. So maybe we keep track of who curses and how often, right? And then if that frequency crosses a certain threshold, we just boot them. Not even a warning, we just boot them. But to be able to do that, we have to be able to, count per ship, maybe keep timestamps around, do calculations on state that we already had, and move that forward. Right now, there's no such affordance. So we want a mechanism by which logic in any given automation flow can get out its previous state, or maybe even state stored elsewhere, operate on that, and then put it back in somehow. The other important addition is asynchronous computation. Like I mentioned, right now, every automation flow, once it's triggered, runs within a single event. But if someone curses and then immediately apologizes or deletes their message, I don't really want to count that against them. So I want to be able to wait for 10 seconds before I continue with the rest of my logic. Or maybe for the decision making, I depend on data that I have to retrieve over the network from another ship. That does mean we have to answer questions here in the same way that Spider has to answer questions around like, well, what if something is running and there's an upgrade happening? Like the thing that's running might not be compatible with the new model. We will probably end up with a similar answer where we say, yes, we'll run these for you, but we can't make a full guarantee that this thing will continue running indefinitely as things keep happening to your urbit. I'm not quite sure yet if that's exactly the right answer, but it's definitely the most obvious option open here. Advanced branching is another big one. Like we saw, flows currently are very linear. The most amount of branching you can do is say, oh, this transformer failed to produce a result. And so, yes, there was a trigger, but we don't really reach any actions. It's something, but we don't surface that to the user, and there isn't much they can do with that anyway. You really want something where it's like, oh, I want to do both of these things, or one of this thing based on this condition, and then maybe continue branching off of there based off of whether the poke to pals, for example, actually succeeded. This one, I think, is the one that's actually going to enormously explode the scope. If for nothing else but the fact that if you do that and you want complicated branching, well, we're gonna need a UI that renders a cute little tree with like elements the user can drag around and stuff like that, right? It's gonna be a whole thing. We'll get there. Lastly, I'm not sure what to do about transformer proliferation. I talked about how a chat message might contain a number of different things, and I might want parts of that in various combinations and in various orders. So do I really need multiple transformers for getting just the author out of the chat message, and the author and a timestamp, or maybe the timestamp and then the author? There's answers here in the direction of, yeah, you provide some transformers that give low-level operations on the data that you already have, like reverse the order of this thing or take out the second item, things like that. But again, you're going to be showing that to the user at the end of the day. And yeah, maybe you end up in a place where you teach them about nouns a little bit, and it'll be fun and educational and productive for them. I'm not sure yet what the right answer there is. And there's a bunch of things here I haven't mentioned. Obviously, you want to be able to create templates for this and share them with other Urbit users. Obviously, you want to be able to bring your own Hoon code and write a little component in line. All of that stuff matters. All of that stuff is very important, but it's not part of the core engine of this thing, and so it's not that interesting to talk about. Like there's no big challenges there. We know how to share data over the network. Like user space subscription versioning notwithstanding, it's pretty trivial. I'm also gonna at some point have to make this thing play nice with user space permissions whenever they come out. That's going to be a whole thing because we might not know the actions that this will run ahead of time. So we have to dynamically ask the user, and we'll see how that shakes out in the end. So that's it. I'm going to keep chipping away at this thing for some time to come still. I'm going to make sure I get the developer experience just right, get the core of the engine just right, get the user experience just right. There's going to be a lot of work to do on this. The developer experience, I think, is particularly important because there's a real risk that writing a yard file is just a 2-hour slog of wading through the boilerplate and just hashing it out, right? I would like a little DSL. The build system doesn't currently support it. Who knows, by the time I'm done with this, I'll be able to do that. Yeah, if you have strong opinions about this, do come talk to me. That's definitely going to be productive. I would be interested in hearing your thoughts. If you just want to look at the code I used for the demo, it's in the suite on the WIP then branch. Then was an older working name, and I have since repented of my sins. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Since you're trying to be friendly to users, what ship can I download this from?
Well, here's the friendly part. We prevent you from hurting yourself by installing it.
So no.
No.
That's the unfriendly part.
What can you hurt yourself with?
It's not, like it doesn't, like the most it ships with is a yard for pals right now. You can't really hurt yourself with it, but the user experience is not good at all. Like I wouldn't publish this, right? The source code is out there if you want to take a look, but I wouldn't want to risk having normal users install this thing.
So when it comes to complex branching, it seems like it could be almost maybe trivial to have a bunch of different triggers or hooks, and then one component of a more complex if this and that thing would just re-trigger the same auto app. Is that something that has obvious problems that there's a reason you don't want to do that?
Well, so that was actually in the first prototype. I had this very advanced thing of triggers can trigger each other and learn things about themselves. This sort of still affords that in that you can send pokes. And so flows that are manually triggered, yeah, you can definitely generate a poke that triggers those flows. So it's certainly possible in that sense, but that doesn't quite feel like it's a cohesive part of how you construct these things. So that's what I want to move towards.
What is a ship?
Oof. Well, I guess my assumption was wrong then. A ship is an urbit, so it's your personal computer.
Okay.
So I guess you're thinking of a DSL in terms of a DSL that would generate yard files? Is that
Yes.
So have you given thought to, in conjunction or maybe instead of a DSL, jump straight to a UI experience for generating yard files?
Interesting. I have not. We should talk more.
No immediate question to ask because I have many immediate questions to ask. But package management, I want to talk to you about that after. Anyway.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Do you see this as a full no code thing, or would somebody graduate from a really complex integration on this to turning it into a full app?
Yeah, that's definitely once you get to a world where it has all the features I put on the wish list, it's definitely a very like power user centric, like no code in some sense environment. And then yes, if you can bring your own small pieces of Hoon code for like small components in your flow, then that gets you like developing something, right? There's definitely a path here where people learn about Hoon by looking at other snippets of Hoon code that people have shared for this thing. It's a little bit difficult to see how you make the step from that into full-on Gall application developer. But also maybe as the Gall model evolves, like these things get closer together.
Maybe there should be an export to app button in the UI for this.
Yes, that's a fun idea actually. No more questions?
All right. Well, let's give it up for Paul. Some close up, everybody.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so we are winding down. We have one more fantastic panel for you to all enjoy. We're going to take a few minutes to just set it up. So if you guys need to go to the bathroom, grab a drink, this is your time. Come back in a few minutes. Get started, guys.
I feel like Kenny really got into his path.
Thank you all for being here for day one. We are wrapping up, and we are wrapping up with something different than we normally do. So we're doing a panel for the first time. So we have Jay, who is the CEO of Tacen, as well as Evan Fisher and Jake Berkman.
Okay. All right, great. So thank you again for coming. I know it's very far from wherever you are, and I mean Wyoming, Cheyenne, very far from everything. It's kind of like a frontier of the frontier. So I really appreciate your coming. And so let's just kind of kick it off with what is that you are interested about Urbit, and what specifically should investors be interested in for Urbit?
Should we do a little intro of
that first? I'm so sorry. Yes, please.
Yeah, I can do a quick intro. My name is Evan, like we said. I got into crypto 2014, 2015 through more of a crypto philosophy red pill, to call it. I was also a finance nerd at the time, so I held very contradictory ideas in my head. I grew up trading options in the back of math class in high school. I started my career very traditionally on Wall Street. I was at Goldman Sachs out of undergrad, and then joined a large venture capital firm called Insight Partners. They manage about $90 billion today, probably the largest global venture fund. I then built the crypto practice for them and then launched a spin-out fund called Portal Ventures. I got into Urbit in 2020. I'd say I spent about 2 years trying to understand what it was, finally understand what it was, and then started investing across the ecosystem from the fund.
My name is Jake Brookman. I'm the founder and CEO of Coin Fund, which is one of the earlier crypto fund brands. We launched in 2015. We kind of, I got my first Bitcoin in 2011. I sort of watched the whole crypto industry form from a single blockchain. Mined some of the first blocks on Ethereum in 2015, and became an Urbit investor in 2016. At the very first digital asset sale that they did. I'm a technologist. I spent about 10 years in traditional, mostly fintech. I was also a technical product manager at Amazon. My mom and dad were both engineers, learned how to code when I was 14. So I'm definitely on the technical investing side of that space. And so we're excited to watch Urbit kind of start to go to market these last couple of years, and have been really involved and getting more involved with the community over the last couple of years.
I'm so sorry about missing the introduction. It clearly tells me
this is an investor panel, guys.
I clearly have no business running a panel, but thank you very much for understanding my shortcomings there. Now, so what about Urbit excites you as an investor? So why don't we start with
Yeah. I think I spend a lot of time thinking about what are the actual 0 to 1s that are being built right now. And I spend obviously a lot of my time in crypto, and you look around and you're like, oh, another solution in MEV or another Ethereum competitor. And to me, Urbit is a proper 0 to 1. It's like, as Bitcoin and Ethereum and blockchains did to programmable value, Urbit does to programmable and composable computers and data and applications, and happens to do that in a way which is super complementary with crypto. And so to me, I properly see something that's of the equivalent potential as Ethereum. I also, if we run with that kind of analogy, I look at Urbit and I say it's having its MetaMask moment right now, which is to say in 2015, Ethereum was kind of shitty to use. You had to command line in. You really just couldn't use it. And then all of a sudden, MetaMask comes along in 2016. You say, wow, I can now get onto the network in under 5 minutes. And that's happened with hosting solutions on Urbit over the last year, realistically. And then you start this infrastructure application cycle. And so infrastructure will keep getting better. New applications will be built. Infrastructure will run into challenges again. It'll get better. New applications will be built and repeat. And so that's what excites me here. But TLDR is it's a 0 to 1 opportunity to me that's of the scale and importance of Ethereum.
What about Jake?
You know, when we saw Urbit for the first time in 2016, we were just kind of like, this is definitely a, you know, like let's fund this to see if this can even be built. But I think over time that view has evolved, and I think what Urbit has gotten really right is just sort of a bunch of values that are Web3 values, right? And some of that is like, or a big one of that is kind of self-sovereign data and how applications should work when your data is self-sovereign and apps are more like kind of stateless functions of your data. And so what I'm trying to say is that over time, it has become more obvious that like Web3 has come to market a little bit as a concept, and that's really only happened in the last couple of years, that even the words Web3 are in kind of general circulation. And Urbit has been kind of converging with Web3 in a way. And I would argue that like Urbit is one of the purest implementations of Web3. When you say like, oh, I have self-sovereign data on Ethereum, you know, your data is actually very much somewhere else, and you have cryptographic ownership of it. But with Urbit, you have the option to not only have kind of cryptographic ownership over your data, but also physical custody. You know, and so the way that I look at Urbit is at a very high level. It's, you know, it's a decentralization technology that provides something that blockchains don't. Blockchains provide like a very strong global consensus, but you don't need strong global consensus for most kind of more local applications. And you could build a weaker form, which is more efficient, of consensus using Urbit's primitives. And then the other view is that it is like kind of an aggregation layer for Web3. Like I imagine Urbit will be very, very useful when it's very integrated with all manner of decentralization technologies, from blockchains that are financializing it to decentralized storage networks that are making it more persistent, you know, and so on and so forth. And so I really see Urbit as kind of a usability technology for Web3 in a way, and it has this huge opportunity to, you know, express that and come to market with Web3 as that's happening in real time.
Right. So, you know, both of you are very, you know, forward-thinking, tech-savvy investors. And for me, as a technologist, the big selling point for Urbit is deterministic computing, but that's not, you know, very easy to explain to investors out there and the venture capital folks out there. What should they be interested in? Like, what should they be interested in Urbit?
The way I describe it, and I've actually gotten my Urbit pitch down to under 2 minutes in terms of like the speed at which I can quote red pill someone. And it usually goes as follows. You alluded to it. It's like blockchains are really valuable because they solve double spend through global consensus. And that matters when you're dealing with value. But a lot of the internet is not value. Like, to me, transaction fees on a Twitter would be a like bug, not a feature. And so then a lot of the internet actually requires local consensus. It's like everyone in this room needs to agree on what's happening in this room, but the world doesn't need to agree. And so then the analogy I draw is like, it's kind of like you're driving an inefficient vehicle all of a sudden. It's like taking a tank to bring your family to soccer practice. Like, you don't need military protection for just an internet application. And that's how I describe it. It's like, what's possible here, what is supposed to live on Urbit, et cetera. And then you can get into details where the determinism is really important for executing that. But the reality is, like, Urbit's just a layer one for internet applications, and that's what most resonates with people.
That's a much better way to explain it than the way I explain it to other people. So that's awesome. Yeah, Jake, what do you think?
Yeah. So your question is again. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, absolutely. So for investors and VCs who are not like as like with it as you are, or like you know, as smart or whatever, what should they be excited about?
Well, VCs have a kind of limitation, a cognitive limitation, which is that they want to find opportunities that just create like really outsized returns. So like the typical scenario of a VC portfolio is, you get 25 to 30 companies, like 28 of them like go out of business, one gets sold, and one returns the whole fund. And so, the limitation of VC capital is that every opportunity in the fund has to have a path to returning that fund. That distribution is actually not as true in crypto. In crypto, you have more digital assets, and it's less that assets they either go to 0 or 1. And so I think crypto portfolios tend to have like more successes, right? Because you have 0.5 outcomes. But in this classical kind of VC model, I think Urbit is really interesting because we can take like an operating system view of it, right? It's a computer, it's an operating system, it's a programming environment, it's a tool that, if its advantages are sort of adopted, and when I say adopted, I don't even really mean like globally adopted by everyone. It could have kind of business adoption. It could have, it just needs to be significant. The value that could be accrued in the network will absolutely create a venture-style return. So it's an attractive kind of digital asset for that. And it could, in the success scenario, be like really, really big. So that's kind of a dumb way, VC hat sort of way of looking at it.
I think that's a great explanation for everybody. So we have reasonably good outreach, but yeah, that's sort of like, I think we have to start from notion that, okay, what's in it for me, kind of like answer first for everybody, and then how the user is going to use it, and then like what is the total market, and how can we capture it, all that stuff. So kind of moving on to, in that route, in that spirit of things, you've been to many Urbit events. Both of you have been to many Urbit events, and kind of you have a depth and breadth of sort of like the vibe of it. What can be improved from hosting events like this or anywhere else? Like, what can be improved to get the messaging straight and get more people involved and more developers and so on and so forth?
Something that is like really seeing the cross section of so many different communities across crypto and projects and even companies and traditional software and internet. Like, hands down, I can say Urbit has the most special community out there. Like, the energy in Urbit is really unique. And that's a superpower, but it also, I think, comes at like a cost of you need to still then market it and go to market. And it's like, adoption goes through waves of, at first, it can maybe seem kind of like this really tight-knit, almost cult-like community, but then that's not what drives global adoption. Like, it's now at the stage where, okay, how do you take everything that's been built and start telling the world about it and translating it and actually like creating a go-to-market, getting net new people onto the platform, finding ways to build new types of applications, financializing it in interesting ways. And so I think like Urbit is, in terms of what's been built with the resources available, it's 1 to 2 standard deviations above the typical crypto project. In terms of how it's been like marketed though, and the effort and capital that's gone into go to market, it's definitely a standard deviation below. And so once you start to normalize that, like really interesting things happen, and you start to actually reap the benefit of everything that's been built so far. And that then creates a flywheel of getting more capital into the ecosystem, back to the VC question. And capital makes it a lot easier to build, because if you look at everything that's been built with like limited capital resources over the last however many years, you can just ask the question of like, what happens if you increase that by an order of magnitude? And the pace ends up being really exciting, I think. So it's the go-to-market.
Right.
I basically think it's 3 things. I think it's kind of core tech. I mean, like, there's some things about Urbit that have solved problems like very well, and there's other things that like don't work as well. And I think from a tech perspective, it's important to be realistic about what has worked and what has not, and iterate toward kind of a functional system. I think we're in an MVP sense, we're like there. We have this network and it's functioning, but there's a lot of like optimization to do, as everyone knows. Number 2 is ultimately people come to a platform to do something useful. I always like give the example of like ChatGPT. which famously was one of the fastest adopted products of all time. And ChatGPT has these interesting properties. You could explain it in like a second. You could try it in a second, and everybody wants to try it. It has this like killer app, sort of like, wow, I've never used AI before. I just want to try it out, right? And so that's what like a killer app could be like. Maybe there's other ways of building killer apps, but that's a compelling one. And Urbit needs apps where people are like, I have to go and try that and get into the ecosystem. And the third one is like what you're, I think, referring to, Evan, which is how do we talk about it? Like, how do we go to market? How do we get the right messages to the right audiences as we expand? The core community of Urbit, and by the way, let me digress here for 1 second. I've seen many kind of blockchain ecosystems come to market. I've seen Ethereum kind of grow from an idea. I've seen Tezos, which has been going to market for like 10 years. I've seen Near go to market 3 times. And some of these companies have raised $200 million or $300 million or like $1 billion, like in EOS's case, $3 billion, right, to go to market. And what is so amazing about Urbit is that the community is just totally organic, right? Like this is the advantage that Ethereum has, where like there was nobody who ever spent marketing dollars on getting people to adopt Ethereum. It happened naturally. And this is the same, I think, strength that Urbit has. But as we expand, we need to find like other language and other ways of presenting the value propositions here so that the broader world can just use it.
Right, exactly. So basically, one part of it is keep the community ongoing. I mean, we have a very low developer attrition. I mean, like people who've been writing Hoon are still writing Hoon, so that's excellent. And like to both of your points, we also, but then needs to like bring in business users and bring in retail users, bring in gamers and all that stuff, right? So yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. So maybe kind of pinning this more to like specific. So what would you like to see like next 1 to 2 years? Whether it's technical or community or anything, or Urbit community could muster. Like, what would you like to see next 1 to 2 years?
I'd go back to the Ethereum analogy. It's like, if we're now at a point where we're seeing, okay, people can get onto the network in sub 5 minutes, what comes next in Ethereum's curve? Well, hopefully we can skip ICOs. Let's skip that, but then it's like DeFi happens. And I think before DeFi happened, everyone looked at Ethereum and they were like, great, we can launch tokens and like create fake businesses, and this is great, but it's not going to be a real thing. It's not going to power anything interesting. Like Ethereum was not a set innovation and a set network until after DeFi, realistically. And so a lot of people were surfing, like I like to use this analogy of when you're finding product market fit, you have like this surface and you have a crack somewhere in that surface, but you can't see it because you're wearing a blindfold. And you're using a screwdriver and you're just going around and you're trying to figure out where that crack is. And then eventually you find it and you just pound the screwdriver into it and unlock it. And so that's what DeFi was for Ethereum. And now there are net new use cases on it. But to me, like that crack in the Urbit design space has yet to properly been found. And so my hope is certainly like in the next 12 to 18 months, it's found that creates net new primitives. Like Uniswap was really a like net new idea and a net new primitive in terms of how they executed on it. And then lots of copycats form and lots of values created, and it creates an industry. It's like that's the opportunity that's in front of us. The interesting question is, what will it look like? Because I don't think it looks identical to what's happened in crypto. I don't think it looks identical to what's happened in like quote Web 2. I do think it has elements of it. Like it needs to be a product that's easy to use. It also needs to be a product that's probably like leveraging some interesting financialization. It needs to be a product that lets people do things they can't do elsewhere. But there needs to be this focus on like, why do people want to use this outside of the fact that it's an easy way to access and use Urbit? But that's high level what I think needs to happen and will happen.
Right. What about you, Jake?
So I think that the short answer is, in the next 1 to 2 years, the most critical thing that has to come to Urbit, in my perspective, is financialization. So meaning like bringing some form of blockchain consensus and smart contracting to Urbit so that people can create digital assets and those things can start trading on markets. And the reason for that is that, like, as a community without that today, Urbit has challenges in maturing. Like, a mature ecosystem looks like a lot of very experienced founders building apps and a lot of institutional investors supporting them and kind of adding capital into the ecosystem. And today, Urbit is mostly like, founders on Urbit mostly have this like traditional model of selling equity, which there's nothing wrong with that. But because we're a crypto adjacent sort of network, we see a stark contrast with how like Ethereum came to market. And so I would posit like just the addition of being able to launch digital assets, smart contracts, and tokens on Urbit would, first of all, increase the founder sophistication. It would attract new founders just automatically. And by osmosis, it would attract more institutional investors. And that it's a flywheel, right? The more you have of those things, the more they grow, and the more the ecosystem grows, and the more apps there are, and the more people are starting to use those apps, and then identifying the killer apps. And I understand why sort of we are where we are today, but the design space is right here for us to claim if we want it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like without that sort of like end rail of like financialization, it's going to be difficult to bring new money in, and so sort of like Linux is great, but there's there's no end rail for that. You can build a great business on it, but it itself as a operating system is not something that you can. It's a lot more abstract, right? So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would add to that, which is it's always a question of with all forms of innovations throughout history, they have to find an interesting way to tap into capital markets to accumulate the resources to build the innovation. Like, you see that when you go back to railroads, you see that when you go as recent as internet companies, and now you see that with crypto protocols. Like, there's just something that happens in the capital markets whereby people learn how to tap into it to lower their cost of capital. And like, now I'm going into absolute finance lingo. But like, if you lower the cost of capital, i.e. increase the amount of capital you can raise, it becomes a lot easier to build really innovative things. And so in many ways, one thing that excites me so much about Urbit is like, I look at how much has been done while playing on hard mode. It's really impressive how much has been done with how little resources have been available here. And it's like, why does it need to happen on hard mode? There's a design space to play in to make it happen on easy mode. And then like I think like if you put Urbit devs in the Urbit community, in the Urbit ecosystem, and the Urbit tech stack up against other layer ones in crypto, call it 80% of them, and you give them equivalent capital, like it's night and day in terms of what will be done.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We have the best, folks here, technical mindsets, and it's how do we then turn that technical dividend into something that everybody else can build on top of it, right? And bring more and allow core work to be continued and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's a hard problem. So hopefully, with everybody's help here and with your help, we'll be able to communicate this a little better. Someone that we all know, Tim Luck, I think made a really good point that it's the total developers locked, not in a coercive way, but developers who are willing to work on this for a very long time, and like folks, everyone here that's been willing to work for a very long time for very little resource. I mean, they're doing it and they're throwing passions in it, but let's make it easy. Like you said, let's make it easy.
Totally, and that also drives like net new developers to the space.
Yeah, 100%. So like, there are tremendous talent here, and there are new businesses popping up. I mean, there are some like really great apps that look incredible. Some Holium, Portal, you name it. Everybody that's developing app. So some, beyond tools and user space apps that are like now trying to reach out to the public and clients, and so on and so forth. What can Urbit community, or just even individually, can we do better in terms of like marketing or PR to get more people excited about Urbit?
I think it's two things. Number one is appropriately translating Urbit. Like I see this a lot with I obviously I spend most of my time in crypto, and a lot of my like investor base for the fund is more traditional finance. So think like Wall Street exec types. And there I'm playing a game of translation. It's like, how do I put something like Ethereum into the language of a Wall Street exec or a tech investor? And by doing that, you unlock, like, it clicks with their mental model, you've translated it, and you unlock capital. Now, Urbit runs into an interesting problem where like it actually needs to translate from Urbit to crypto, and then Urbit to the rest of the world. But so number one is figuring out like what are the mental models that really resonate and do translate. And I think there are actually really simple narratives and stories that can be constructed here. The tech is super complicated, but that doesn't need to be actually delved into when explaining what it is. I.e., you could just say Urbit is like the home for apps with local consensus. Blockchains are the home for apps with global consensus. And that resonates with blockchain people. But the first is translating. The second is then just getting out there more, like actually playing the go-to-market game and the marketing game. It's like people aren't going to learn about Urbit just by like going to Reassembly and Assembly. They're going to learn about it by reading blog posts, by joining Twitter Spaces, by like hearing people talk at broader crypto conferences, by getting on podcasts. And so that's the action of evangelizing.
Yeah, I'm guilty of not evangelizing enough. I've kind of withdrew from Twitter, but what I should be doing is talk a lot about like why I love it, why I love using it, what do I use it for. What about you, Jake?
I think Urbit is a very, as you guys know, technical community, and the bias of technical communities is that technology is the most important thing. And I appreciate that as a technologist, but I also have been an investor for about 10 years, and I've come to appreciate that, like, we're all here, or a lot of us are here to build commercial enterprises, to build businesses, and to have to have big financial outcomes. And the way that that is done is actually it's actually through being generalist. It's not through just being technology focused. And what I mean by that is, like, I run into a lot of, let's say, like young founders sometimes who say, like, I'm going to build the tech, then I'm going to build kind of the go-to-market, and then I'm going to go to market. And the reality is that the way that you build commercial enterprises is that you have to do all of those things on the first day. You have to have a great tech team. You have to have a person who's starting to strategize how you take your product to market. You have to start developing language on that first day, like for your audience and for the target audience that you're going to be going to market to. And all those processes have to work kind of in parallel, even before your product is launched. And like, there's some projects in crypto that have not done this also, like Ethereum, right? Ethereum is a project that has no kind of central control, and everything has been done organically. But there are projects that have demonstrated just like incredible discipline and maturity in this area. And that's what I would say, like, if you're a founder in this ecosystem, you should think about that. You should engage investors like us. Like, we're just here we're happy to talk to anybody and sort of give you some of our experiences. And that's ultimately how Urbit, as a ecosystem of products, will come, I think, to success.
Yeah, and I guess I'd add to that as well. It's like, even for some founders, if the goal is to actually build the interesting product, like back to the game of playing on hard mode or easy mode, it's a lot easier to build the product when you're building something that is investable all of a sudden, because then you're playing with real capital, which lets you get real talent and actually like create and manifest what it is that you want to build.
So I know this is sacrilegious, but I will ask one last question for both of you. Outside of Urbit, that's why I'm being very careful here. Outside of Urbit, what excites you? Start.
In crypto specifically, or in the
no,
world?
just in general.
Oh, this is a rabbit hole. I'm obsessed with this idea of programmatic consciousness, which is to say, like, there's a lot of research right now around, what is consciousness, and like, does it live on some alternate dimension? And like, Qualia Research Institute is doing a lot of work here. There's a guy who co-founded it named Mike Johnson, who's also Urbit adjacent. But the idea, and I'll keep this very brief. The idea of where I think we're going is, I think we're in our lifetime, we're going to actually understand how consciousness manifests into the brain. And so like be able to look at something and say, oh, this is a state where you're happy or where you're present or like other things. And you can see what those wave patterns look like. And then once you understand it, the next step is to say, okay, how do you actually change it? And so I think we'll have these devices at some point in our lifetime where like I can program myself into different states of consciousness. So I recently angel invested in a company doing this for lucid dreaming. And the idea is to create a headset that on demand puts you into a state of lucid dreaming.
Wow. All right.
I'll just tell you kind of like what I've been working on this year in my capacity as an early stage investor at CoinFund. And that is the intersection of AI and Web3. Which is a very interesting area, and it's all about democratizing the pipeline that creates AI models. That pipeline consists of data and talent and compute and kind of commercialization and productization. And that whole pipeline today is owned by 5, 6, 7 big tech companies. And I think you could bring kind of like AI to Web3, or you can bring Web3 to AI. And I think the latter is much more interesting, because when you bring Web3 to AI, what you're doing is you're creating basically like networks that democratize access to those things. If you look at the OpenAI roadmap, almost everything on that roadmap is bottlenecked by the availability of GPUs. And GPUs are owned, again, by NVIDIA and Microsoft. And I think Web3 decentralized networks will democratize access. There's a broader view in AI that open source has been the source of more innovation, like this year even, than proprietary AI. And I think Web3 will enable that in a huge way. So that's one area. If you want to take a look at some of the companies that we've invested in, Jensen AI works on decentralized training of models, and GizaTech.xyz works on bringing model outputs into smart contracts. So you can use AI trustlessly. And then some of the other areas I've worked on is zero knowledge, because interestingly, the availability of AI on chain is sort of bottlenecked by zero knowledge proofs, kind of the best technology today for off-chain computation. And then beyond that, worked in some blockchain interoperability protocols, scalability, like layer 2, and NFT financialization. So that's kind of for example, bringing pricing, which again is created by AI, to price individual NFTs and increase the liquidity of those markets.
This has been very illuminating. I wish that this were a little longer so we could talk about a lot of things like NFTs, art, and all kinds of stuff. And hopefully if we extend the invitation, you'll join us again next year. And it'll be an even bigger event, and it'll be even more exciting. So thanks everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Evan.
Thanks.
So I'd like to ask the panel, what do you think of the viability and the attractiveness to capital of a Urbit database company? And specifically, as an example, think of Larry Ellison in 1979 in Oracle.
Well, I can only speak kind of for our portfolio, and I would say that sounds like a software as a service, which we're sort of less experienced in. We tend to work with decentralized protocols.
I think it's then like a question of what the go-to-market looks like. I'll be a broken record on this one, but like who ends up using it, how you're using it, how you're pricing it, and then are there interesting ways to deliver the product as, like again, as a protocol, as opposed to as a SaaS business. Because what I build the fund on my side is this idea that protocols are the next generation business model, which is to say as software did to services businesses over the last few decades, in that they were hyper scalable, they were capital efficient, they delivered new products. Protocols will do to software over the coming few decades. And that's to say they scale faster, they're more capital efficient, and they unlock new products. And so it's like there's an insight there, and then it's a question of how that insight is executed on in terms of how you can make that like venture backable.
But that's also a bias, I think, that we
That's
have
right.
as crypto investors, and not every investor would have that bias.
Agreed.
Do the Wall Street investors that you market to, do they ask you questions about what are the intellectual property rights for the digital assets, the crypto assets that you're marketing to them? Foreign cryptocurrencies foreign to me, and if I were to invest in something, crypto assets, that'd be probably the first question I would ask you.
They don't. And to this, I point to, I by no means was in the room for this conversation, but there's a conversation that I like to refer to, which I heard about through, I think it was a book, where Bill Gates walked into Apple's offices way back when and said, like, we're going to start monetizing software. We're going to start charging for software. Everyone was like, that's absurd. People are just going to copy your software and prices are going to go to zero. There's no world in which you can charge for software. Hardware is where the money is. And to me, it's like, okay, yeah, there aren't IP rights, obviously, on open source software or on digital assets, but there are other moats that form and other things that create switching costs, and it's through that ultimately value can be captured. And so I think it's a net new, kind of like Porter's 5 forces, if we dare.
I think Evan answered it pretty well. But I think the short answer is most, not all, but most projects in the crypto world are very open. And one of the reasons is that they're trying to make public networks, public good networks. So they necessarily have to be open. But again, to Evan's point, they've found ways of capturing value despite being open. And those are having like an asset that trades on secondary markets that captures the value of that particular network or its fundamental activity. So it's just a different model. It's a digitally native model.
We'll take one more question.
Over here. I already have the mic.
Oh, sorry. More questions.
Yeah, maybe some of this just boils down to the mindset of a crypto versus a sort of more traditional Silicon Valley investment mindset. But just curious, when you guys are looking for projects, like specifically in terms of Urbit, where you're investing in an ecosystem and whether you're deciding whether to invest in individual companies or address space, how do you evaluate all the systemic complexities where you have a foundation that's trying to coordinate things like core development and how that affects the efforts and the products that all the other companies in the Urbit space are building on, and there's just a lot of give and take there where disruptions in prioritizing certain elements of core development, for instance, could really affect the trajectory of some companies. So there's just a lot of variables and things of that nature, and all the companies aren't necessarily competing with each other, but they're all working to build out their individual pieces of the system that sort of all together make it more valuable. So just wondering how you try to go about weighing all those various moving parts.
Yeah, it's a complex question. We could talk about this for a very long time, especially with respect to Urbit. But generally, I would say, like, my mental model is, it would be hard to go to an ecosystem and like make venture investments without, for example, owning the network asset first. So the prerequisite is like, before investing in Ethereum startups, you should own Ethereum, and before investing in Near startups, you should own Near. And I think the same is true of Urbit. So we're at CoinFund, we're there, right? Like we have Urbit native assets. One disadvantage though is like Urbit native assets are very different than other digital assets. And the value accrual of galaxy stars and planets is like, it's very complex and questionable, and there's not a lot of liquidity to like kind of empirically show how it works yet. And so that's kind of a blocker for Urbit. And core development is a systemic risk, right? So if there's a startup that's building a product and that product depends on core features and those features aren't there, or they're slow, or they're broken, or they don't work, or whatever, that means that that business has two layers of risk, like the layer of core and the layer of them going to market and creating a successful business on top of it. It's hard enough to make a successful business. Like you shouldn't have to worry about your base layer, let's say. And so, just very candidly, I think that's an issue for Urbit today because core is relatively young, and that creates additional risks. And so investors have to take on those risks if they're going to invest in companies.
Yeah, and then layering onto that, I think there's the dynamic of, okay, how do you then de-risk things? Because like ultimately, finance is just a game of buying mispriced risk, and as things are de-risked, then prices go up. And one way to de-risk some of the platform and the core development risk for projects building on top of Urbit is simply to make Urbit, like to unlock more value for Urbit core dev. And so it's, again, I spoke earlier about like, so much has been built on hard mode. What happens if the order of like the capital to Urbit core dev increases by an order of magnitude? And that can happen through just marketing and like fixing the capital market structure. Then all of a sudden, the core risk decreases pretty substantially because it's not a question of, oh, how much do we have enough capital to solve this? It's just like, do we need to hire more people? Do we need to like, how do we throw more resources at the problem? So it can be de-risked.
All right, so I'm sure you guys get this question a lot, but let's frame this in an Urbit context. So what advice would you give to founders that want to build on Urbit and they need to do their first raise?
Ask the question of who are my users or developers that will be using this, and why specifically will they need to come here? And that could be because it enables like them to do entirely new things. Like Chase, for instance, like some of the stuff he's working on is enabling projects that just would not be possible otherwise. So if you can enable developers to create net new projects, net new capital, yeah, they're going to use it. You're creating value. You can capture that value. It's easier to pitch to raise. If you are then maybe like focusing on users themselves, it's a question of why is a user going to want to use this application outside of the fact that like it's for Urbit. It's like, how do you create something that draws them in? And this is where the financialization, I think, is valuable, because that's one of the things that is really go-to-market for crypto companies at large. It's like the acquisition channel in a way. It doesn't need to be the core product, but it's the acquisition channel. This is a longer tangent, but I very loosely equate it to like Uber giving out free rides. Like it's ridiculous to think that you could build Uber as a ride-sharing network without giving out free rides. And so if you're building things for users, like you need to find a way to do the equivalent go-to-market for crypto-native businesses, which is financialization.
Well, I would say, if you're raising money from venture investors, then you need to think about the size of your business. And then you have to be really thoughtful about like the stage where Urbit is right now. Like, should I be building consumer proximate products, or should I be building infrastructure that other people, to Evan's point, will be building on? And is that a bigger business right now? So you have to sort of like find kind of a business that would make sense for a venture portfolio. And then the secondary problem is an interesting one of like what asset is the investor buying, and how is that asset going to capture value? So, one asset you could sell is private equity of your company. One asset you could sell is digital assets. I think it's actually, it would be like, I think to date, like Urbit companies have been selling equity, but I think it would be much more interesting if they started acting in more of like a crypto native manner and selling tokens. Yeah, I know you like that.
And maybe I'd like layer onto the selling token things just by sharing like how the brain of a VC then works with that. It's like I look at, let's say that I or any crypto investor or like investor that's at least exploring crypto has the opportunity to invest in a token versus equity. And it's like you said earlier, like the mortality rates, the rates of death of companies building equity, so much higher because the way that you sell is via acquisition or IPO. And so you say, okay, look at crypto businesses. If they don't get to the scale where they can IPO, and there have been a small handful that have, then they need to be acquired. I think the largest cash acquisition, it's larger when you include equity, but cash value acquisition of crypto businesses, it's like low 100 millions. And so you start to make the math work and you're like, how does that return a fund all of a sudden? If like, it's very low probability of building to an IPO, very high probability of not making it, and then a medium probability of like a moderate outcome. You contrast that to a token and you're like, okay, with a token, you can pretty much go liquid at Series A equivalent. And so if you're building something of value and then you're tapping into capital markets correctly, like you should be able to build to an $100 million outcome. And so then I look at that and I'm like, oh, if I'm getting in at 10, 15, like if the company makes it to a Series A, I think I can do a 5 to 10x. That's a much different return profile, which makes it so much easier to then raise all of a sudden.
Okay, thanks everyone. Sorry.
Let's give it up.
Yeah, let's please thank the panel.
Jake and Evan, everybody. Alrighty then. Thank you guys so much. So that concludes day one. So thank you all for being here, listening in. I did want to take a second to make some announcements and some house call items. So hi to everyone in the live stream. For those of you guys that didn't know, we are doing a live stream, which is different from last year. So in case you guys missed the tech table behind you, thank you to DGW for live streaming and doing all the hard work. We have pizza for happy hour today. So there are guys out back who are hand tossing pies. If you want to go see what that's like or, I don't know, experience it, I guess. It's like hand-tossed pies in Wyoming. I don't think you're gonna find it anywhere else out here. Lastly, there is a short table of sorts of laserable swag. So if you find something that you like, the keychain, the luggage tag, the notebook, come find me, or better yet, just write down your pat P on the notebook outside. I will laser it and return it to you with your sigil. Awesome. Thank you guys. We'll see you back here at 10:30 tomorrow.